invincible. 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 invincible.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to PUBG Mobile Asia Pro Wars Chapter 1. Well, it's time for the grand finals. My name's Ez. I'm going to be taking you through today's action-packed matches alongside Holler, of course, who I believe is going to be a bit more excited than the previous matches because playoffs was, a roller coaster of emotions and a roller coaster of gameplay as well. But I'm pretty sure you're as excited, a little more excited, I might say, considering the teams that are involved in the grand finals, especially your fan favorite, two teams that have been coming into the picture. Well, yeah, we are. I mean, I'm pretty sure Holly's excited. I'm pretty sure that's why he kind of, we couldn't hear him for a second there. But either way, it's gonna be. It is. Yeah, I don't think we could have. I mean, I don't think we heard you for the first few seconds. It was understandable. The excitement's off the roof for everyone. 3 days of grand finals. That's 3 into 6 maps a day. So we'll probably get to see every map around 6 times, I believe, 6 times. So Rondo 6 times, Miramar 6, ERANGEL 6. So this is going to be an exciting matchup, and we'll introduce the teams in a bit. I mean, I'm pretty sure half of you guys have already you have an understanding of the teams that are already involved. But let's take a quick look at the event roadmap here. I mean, for the entirety of the tournament, for whoever is joining us right now, this is Asia Pro Wars Chapter 1 PUBG Mobile. Round of 300, 15 groups of 20 teams from 20 teams each. Top 4 from each group have qualified to the round of 63 groups of 20 teams each, and then top 6 from each group qualified. Moving forward to the round of 18, and then I mean these are all were these were off stream, but now finally playoffs. The playoffs were fun as well, and now going to finals. What do you think, Holler? I think we can hear you now, Holler. Yeah.
Can you? Oh my God! Hello, everyone. There was a little bit of I'm not sure why, but hey, we're back now, and well, just as it's exactly as Ed said, I am really excited. But right now, we have the event roadmap in front of us, and well, you can see that first of all of us witnessed the playoffs, right? The playoffs were amazing, and it's as I was saying, we saw a lot of teams put up a different, a really variable performance for us to see. A lot of teams came through. They put up different performances. We saw decisive completely dominate the competition, and then there was Team Spirit and Vampire Esports following them with really amazing performances as well. But now we are in the finals, and this is where it all matters, right? Because before, all you really had to do was get into the top 16, get yourself into this big stage. But now all of these teams, these are the top 16 16 teams now, and the two team fan favorite teams, of course. But hey, the top 16 teams, and now they're going to be battling it off for the actual prize pool that we have. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally in the stage of finals, and I'm really excited, and I'm going to be seeing how it all goes, how the dynamic shifts, if there are any teams that, switch up their playstyle, just go with the good old thing that just worked out for them in the playoffs, and they expect it to work in the finals as well, because hey, there are going to be a little bit of differences. Of course, they're bound to be, because in the playoffs there were a lot more teams competing against each other, but this time around that number has reduced, and the overall caution that you have to execute to play in this stage of this tournament, it probably is going to be different. It's just not the same. It's not the same stage. It's not the same scene anymore. The entire scenario, the entire situation has changed, so we are going to be seeing a lot of changes in the playstyle as well.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we've been waiting for this. We've talked about this multiple times. Teams not completely giving away all of their strats, but this is what they're playing for, right? Along with the bragging rights that comes with it, of course. The champions, they get 90,000 rupees, Indian rupees, that is. And then, if you're just coming up short, you still get a massive piece of that prize pool. You get 50,000 rupees, 35,000 if you're in third position, 25,000 for fourth, 20,000, 15, and 10, and 5 if you're in eighth. So that is the respective, division of the prize pool, if you may. The MVP though gets a huge chunk for himself, 20,000, and here's the best part: he doesn't have to share with his teammates. Fan favorite team as well will get 30,000 rupees. Taking away something. I mean, it could be one. It would be very interesting to see if the fan favorite team, the champions, and MVP could be someone from the same team that's coming on top. That would be something that I would hope for, or like to wish to see. But point system, this is pretty basic here, Holler. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone's familiar with this already.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the point system remains the same. If you end up being the first, the chicken winner, you're going to be getting 10 points for it. If you are at the second spot, you're going to be getting 6 points. Third, 5. Fourth, 4. Fifth, 3 points, 6, 2, and then following with 1 point if you're 7th or 8th, and no points below that. But the catch is you get 1 point for each elimination you make, the good old classic PUBG rules. So once again, these teams probably will be looking forward to getting a lot of eliminations in their bag, because each elimination is going to be giving them 1 point. We've seen a lot of teams do really, really well in the rankings just because of the eliminations that they've been able to get. So yeah, I mean, these are the teams that are playing today. See, Talon, Team Secret, 52 Esports ended up making as well. Exosphere, Type, Aero Messi, AST, Todak, MG and Vikings. We saw these guys, really come back up to the top after having a really unlucky run early on. Team Flash as well, Vampire Esports, really dominating. Alter Ego, really aggressive. RRQ, these guys were the one that bounced back up really well too. FaZe Clan, of course. Sem9, D Xavier, the complete dominant squad. E-Arena, these guys were really well with their weapons as well. Horror Esports, Void, and AZ Slumber. Really good names and really good teams to be seen here. A lot of them have a lot of potential. We've seen a lot of stuff come through come through for them, from them. It's really amazing to see what these guys were able to do in the playoffs, and I'm just really all the more excited to see what these guys are going to be showing us in the finals. I mean,
yeah, for sure. Top 16 teams plus the two fan favorite, I believe, were Hora and RRQ. I mean, they were trying to bounce back better. I mean, they would have hoped for better, but regardless, they're in the grand finals now. It doesn't matter how you got here, but they did come here. Now, once again, this is the the poll, I believe, for the fan favorite team, and you will probably see those numbers go up after the first map. I mean, we just started the grand finals has just begun. You don't really see anyone voting for it just yet, but we have Vikings, Xavier, as you already named everything, all the teams, all the way till 52 Esports. Everyone's on 0, of course, now, but we will have these numbers bump up, and I kind of want to see if as of now the fan favorite teams are Hora and RIQ, the two teams that actually made it to the grand finals thanks to the fans voting. So what do you think? Could one of these two teams be the fan favorite team, or could it be someone else?
I mean, hey, can be anyone. It just really, hey, you know what they say. It's the same as the entirety of the stock market. You never really know about people. Well, you can predict everything in the world with scientific laws and rules, but you can never predict people. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna say about it. But hey, we now have the map rotation for the grand finals in front of our eyes, and it's going to be the exact same as the playoffs. Rondo, Erangel, and Miramar played twice through and through. First, we're going to be starting off with Rondo, moving on to Erangel, and then we're going to be hopping on to Miramar. Really interesting map pool, as I always say. These three maps provide the perfect blend of the overall diversity and the overall dynamics of PUBG itself. The way you can approach different kinds of playstyle in all of these maps. Rondo, we've usually seen players play it a little more aggressive. Passive would be Erangel and Miramar. Erangel is because there's like a staple of playstyle that these guys usually choose to go with, and it kind of just works out for these guys. Miramar, really huge map, so the players really take their time looting, and since they have a lot of space between them, they have a lot of time to work around and lock down their positions, make their rotations. So yeah, a different kind of playstyles to be seen across these maps, and it's just really nice to see the kind of versatility these maps bring.
For sure. I mean, we've seen a lot of all of these maps obviously multiple times, and we've already seen what these teams bring in, and hoping to see some different gameplay coming in. But it's time finally for the grand finals to begin. This is what the teams have been waiting for. This is what everyone has been waiting for. Just jumping in 3 days of unbelievable action, brought to you by these 18 teams, 18 matches, 18 maps, of course, that is, and only one champion. This is going to be an incredible ride, and I hope you guys are ready. Buckle up because it's time to drop in as well. I mean, you probably have to, unbuckle at this point to drop in. But yes, this is a pretty, I don't want to say unique, but not so common as well. Not a very long flight path here. Just starting off somewhere towards the eastern side and just ending towards that Rinjang. That is not very far away, but Jadina City once again could be the place that I am looking to see if any team actually make their way there. It's going to be Torak yet again. Stadium's completely open. Test track could be the hotspot as of now because I see a couple of teams already making their way towards that area.
Yeah, pretty interesting play line. It's as you say, teams are gonna be, they don't have a lot of space to drop around with, but hey, since it's not that big of a map, they are gonna be making their way to the at least as far as they can. And yeah, we're just gonna be seeing, the classic old looting time early on at least. I'm not really expecting a lot of drop fights happening because just looking at where these guys are generally dropping, I don't really expect a lot of fights to happen. But hey, regardless, we are gonna be seeing some stuff happen soon because I'm kind of specifically concerned about the southern side of the map right now because we can see a lot of teams, at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe, dropping towards the southern side of the map. And the problem is the circle that just formed, the first circle of this map, is a little towards the north. So these teams are gonna be having to fight it out to make those rotations and allowing each other to actually get in. And if you look at the kill feed, we already do have a lot of knocks coming through from 52 Esports and of the like. So yeah, I would like to have our eyes on that, and we probably would eventually. But yeah, before that, is this overall it's going to be interesting to see how these guys played out because we just saw 52 Esports deal a lot of damage and Team Secret as well. So there are definitely fights going on, and I do want to see how they're going on. So we're going to get to see that in a moment.
A couple of fights already taking place pretty early, and the one thing I really love right now is we have all the 18 teams in the server, and that is just something that I've missed for for a bit sometimes. Looks like Alter Ego, they are going to be taking the heat. Nevertheless, on the side of 52 Esports as well, another team that we kind of overlooked the entirety of the playoffs, but at the final few days, final few maps especially, they were stepping up using Alter Ego. They have to be cautious. They're out in the open. 52. They're coming out of the blue and taking them down. Good positioning coming in. Moana now cooking up a grenade. Has to be careful as there is a play up close and personal for 52 Esports. Oh, he actually does not take a lot of damage there coming in. 2 players already gone from the side of Alter Ego. That means they're done to a 2-man squad, and this warehouse is all that they have right now. And as I said, the test track is going to be a hotspot for the initial drop clashes, and that's exactly what's happening. We already have Team Secret. I'm like, gone. That is pretty early into the game, and that is not something you want. Was it? I believe it was Team Aeromacy that took them down. Tribe Aeromacy.
Yeah. that's definitely not something they were looking forward to. And on the other side here, if you look at what 52 Esports has been doing with Alter Ego also has lost one of their members. And somewhere on the map, the kill feed, we just saw a member of AZ also going down, AZ Slumber. And yeah, not looking really good for a lot of big names here. But the problem is, hey guys, we are in the finals, right? And all of these names are big names. So obviously, whoever they are going up against, they are having to face enemies. They are having to face opponents that have a lot of metal, that they have a lot of potential to them. So, yeah, Team Secret wiped out early on. Really unlucky, but well, if it had to happen, it happened. And pretty much the same fate is being, seen by a lot of other teams here too. But for now, once again, two guys left on Tribe Aero Messi. I believe they were the ones fighting out, as you said, the Team Secret. So they have taken a lot of damage as well, and now they're being approached by Todak. They do have information about each other. Delta trying to scout someone out. Definitely sees one there. Is he gonna go for the... Okay, he didn't go for the shot, but hey, he does know that now Todak is lurking nearby and has to be really careful about it. Trix is the other one alive. He's going to be taking their time with the fight as well. Probably not going to take it because, hey, obviously 2 on 4 is definitely not a favorable fight for these guys. Probably don't want to go for it just yet.
Yeah, I mean, everyone wants to make sure that they have a good start to the day, good start to the grand final, so they have, that momentum going on in their favor as well. Pretty early stages this map as well on the kill feed. We actually can see that Vikings actually are taking down the players on the side of 52. So yeah, I mean, Alter Egos, they don't actually get their revenge, but they'll be happy because they technically got their revenge basically. So it's all good. Todak in a bit of a mix here. Try Barometer. This is their region. This is their kingdom right now. You cannot just enter May and expect them not to take you down. Todak, Nane actually, that is. Needing revival along with Leon. Great grenade! Oh, that was in the face. I don't know how that did not affect Manap here, but that was a good grenade, and I believe the door was just blown away.
Yeah, the door was the only thing that saved Manap there, and now Todak is going to be replying to AST for having dealt that much damage to these guys. Tricks really low HP working around. Delta, though, is going to be firing outside the window. It's going to be taking one down. Manap barely surviving for his life here. 20 HP to work around with. Is going to be injecting himself with the first aid. Should be able to get it just in time, but now Delta in a world of pain. Not a lot of HP to work around with. Manap doesn't exactly know where he is, but TDP is really good. But look at that! Another knock outside the window. Delta doing all the work here, all alone, and it's going to be able to get the revive back up as well. Well, we did not expect this to happen. We did not expect it at all. ASC's yet surviving another battle and dealing a lot of damage to Todak. Todak only one guy remaining, and now 52 Esports in the vicinity of Vikings.
They're just waiting for it. And Kidbao, he's just gone. I believe that's the entirety of the squad, is it? No, actually not. No, actually, no. I think that was the first one.
The 52 Esports, yeah, that's the first one for them, but it's only... I thought you were talking about Todak, I believe? Which one was it? There is a squad which only has one left now, no? I think it has to be Todak because
I believe they are I believe there was a recall made.
Oh, okay, yeah, then that makes sense.
We
need to be more focused. We need to be I really do think. I mean, hey guys, first game of the day, we just got our T, we just got our caffeine running in the systems. We are still, these teams are way too fast for early morning games, right? And we're still trying to get back into it. So it's gonna take a little while, but yeah.
I think we were just focused on a different fight when that was happening.
Yeah.
Probably, but either way, as you said, we need to start focusing, and so does the teams, because right now, they are in a bit of a mix here for the side of 52 Esports. They're being surrounded, but the players on the side of Vikings is going to be a man advantage for them, man advantage for the side of 52 Esports for sure. And they are going to be bombarded with the nades with all the players running in, the barrage of players coming into the building. One will be taken down, thanks to Groza up close, and the MP taking him down as well, confirming, bringing it down to a 3v3. Vikings now, they're not going to be backing off whatsoever. They want to make sure that they get the revenge. It's a good nade. Will not be dealing any damage whatsoever, unfortunately. And Superman, unfortunately, could not be a Superman with the nade.
Definitely is the case, but that's going to be allowing Vikings to get inside the building at least. The problem is, how do you take space inside the building, because 52 is holding it down like a porthole. They are going to be taking down one more for Vikings. The backup is there, but it's way too far away, and it's going to be taking a little bit of time. There's been another Vikings recall, I believe. There's a guy dropping right now. Titans is in a bit of a pinch right now. 52 Esports not letting go of this building at all and is dealing damage at the same time as well. This is really well. This is going really, really well for these guys. Not a lot of HP that they're working around with, but they are able to hold it down really well. Shotgun out. It's going to be dealing a pinch of damage, but not enough to get a knock just yet. 52 Esports. They do have an enemy right on their rooftops as well, and that's going to be Superman, who was just recalled, I believe, or he climbed up there. But oh boy. 52 Esports, how do you make it out of this? How do you make it out of this situation? I mean, so far they've been doing it really well, but look at that, the ledge climb. He's gonna be able to get in through the window. Oh my God, the nades, everything is there. There we go. The climb has been made. Sildo, the positions are being held. Tynes is gonna be forced out of the building once again. So close yet so far.
Really good. I mean, the movement is also really, really impressive.
It is.
From both the teams.
It is. This is less of a battle of mechanics, more of a battle of wits right now, because you really just have to, you know, predict where these guys are coming in from. Look at this. The guy on the window taking his time as well. All of them, 2 of them on the ledge right now. 3, in fact. The revive is going to be on the ledge as well. This is amazing to see. But 52 Esports still somehow alive.
Have all the back in their favor as well at the moment, especially with the UMP and the SLK. They are going to be confirming the finishes as well. This is just unfortunate for the side. 52. Ooh, the map, the tables have been turned here on the other part of the map. RIQ facing the likes of 7-9. Bit of a mix. And RIQ, I believe, might lose their first player. There you go. 3 versus how many players on the side of 7-9? I believe there's only 2, but RIQ... is that they're out in the open. 7-9, they're just gonna, take him down just like that pretty easily. They split up a little. RIQ now. They have to be careful. They do have one man on his knees. The other one's already gone. So they could actually bring this back up to a 3-man squad. With 4 eliminations already, this is looking like a better start than most of their games in the playoffs.
Definitely is a better start, and honestly, very aggressive. We did not expect to see a fight as tense as 52 Esports and Vikings that we just saw, right? That was really, really tense. How Vikings were playing around 52 Esports and 52 Esports still being able to hold down to that building, yeah. Just really off to a really nice start, Just gives us the picture to look forward to in this match and the ones upcoming as well. So we're gonna be seeing where it all goes. But for now, there have been a lot of losses here and there. AZ Slumber losing one of theirs, Team Flash losing one of theirs, Alter Ego as well, and RQ as well, but they were able to, get the revive in and get him back on his feet. 52 Esports also has been dealt a lot of damage, but they have gotten themselves, a few picks here and there as well, so elimination points are going to be counting. But as we speak, the circle already has formed to be pretty small, actually, and all of these teams are going to be having to make their rotations pretty smartly. Vampire Esports still on the edges. There are some teams that are still, way far out. Hora is pretty far out. Talon is pretty far out. RQ as well. So these guys are going to they're going to have to make a long journey before they're able to get into the circle. So we're going to see how they actually do manage to do it, because these teams are not going to be letting them enter that easily. Because look at that. Hora, they do have their eyes on the member of one of Sem9's, and that's the entire reason I believe that they're just not, on the move right now. They are kind of wanting to take that one peg before they actually move on to the next circle. That Sem9 member, he's probably aware of the Hora Esports members as well. Just not really making any moves. This is the battle of medicines, battle of healing right now going on, and ultimately the battle of patience.
Definitely, patience. Meanwhile, Tribero Messi now meeting their makers. Todek, they clean them off. How many players left now? Just one. And he's not looking good for him as well. Todek they're going to be rushing onto him right now in a 1v3 situation. Scratch that and make it a 1v4. The shotguns and the ARs up close and personal is going to be very deadly. Combine that with the SMGs and you might not even survive the first quarter of this fight. And just like that, Trix is gone. And the entirety of the squad of, Tri-Baromacy are taken out of the server as well. But with 7 eliminations, and to be the second team eliminated and go away with 7 eliminations, I don't know how they do it, but that is interesting. That is very, very impressive, as a matter of fact. So Tri-Baromacy, this is the same kind of start that they had on the day number 1 of the playoffs. They're kind of being that aggressive team, and I really like it. I kind of missed it. This performance, this aggressiveness coming in from them on day number 2, especially. But now Talon will shift our focus to this one. They kind of have to hurry and make their way back into the zone, but they have to be, cautious about RIQ as well. RIQ in the vehicles following them right now, so it all comes down to the players and the blue zone as well. Like, is the zone going to be the one taking you down, or is it going to be players confirming those finishes? As one of the players on the side of RIQ, they're taken down to the zone, unfortunately. And Talon, they lose 1 thanks to the, I believe, GF on the side of RIQ. And now Talon with just 2-man standing, I'm sorry. The other player will also go down to the zone. RIQ will get that point.
RIQ now circling around Talon. Not really stopping for any fights because obviously all these teams are in the zone and they need to get back into the play zone. Shots being fired, damage being dealt, knocks being found. RRQ once again being dealt a lot of damage by Talon. Last time around it was by Sim9 and now they are dealt with Talon. Not really in a position to move now. Nades are being cooked, nades are being thrown. It's not even going to land anywhere close, and Talon is going to be nading in response as well. No damage dealt yet again. But Talon now moving forward. RQ member, he knows the kind of trouble he's in. He's going to be trying to get in the car. There we go. Talon now knows he has to chase, but the nade is perfect. It's going to be finding the knock in the vehicle. And should be able to get the final kill as well. And with that, I believe our RQ is going to be, well, only 1 member alive. The other member is probably too far away for providing, and never mind, that was the last guy. There you go, guys. RQ has been wiped out from the server as well, but now Talon yet again greeted by yet another team. It's gonna be AZ Slumber. He does do this. Cull is gonna be doing this. Who's it?
Oh,
Knuckle?
no.
Yeah, he's gonna be doing the spray, but well, he's now too late, and the play zone is gonna be taking him down because now it's too fatal for him.
The Arena, on the other hand, Vampire as well, another team that has been really, really good. Oh no, that was a star player for them, wasn't it? That was Ternic from the side of EA. Now the only one standing is going to be Ren, in a position where he could actually take down everyone, to be really honest. But he should be cautious here. 2 of his teammates are bleeding. Does he go for the revival? I mean, does he have the space and the positioning to go for it? It's not looking good. The vehicle's kind of burning, you could say. I mean, there's smoke coming out of it. Not going to be burnt just yet. Oh, they want to make sure that the vehicle is safe. Did you apply handbrakes now? I want to see. Yeah, I think the handbrakes are applied this time around.
Well, with that being said, Hora is now also gone from the server. That removes, I believe, 7 teams early on. So we are now left with 11, and we continue on from that. We started out with 18, and now we have 11 left in the server, and, well, a lot of other teams have been dealt a lot of damage as well. Team Flash has been doing exceptionally well. I mean, you already know what to expect from Xavier. They already have 9 eliminations. We're not even quite sure where they've been getting it, but hey, obviously it's Xavier. Oh, is this guy? I think he's disconnected. Has to be. Yeah, he didn't even flinch to that shotgun, or maybe he just accepted his death, accepted his fate right there and then. But regardless, as I was saying, Xavier, they've been doing exceptionally well with 9 eliminations, but you kind of know what to expect from them already. You know, I mean, 9 eliminations coming in from Xavier, it's normal. It's common occurrence to us at this point, how well that they've been doing so far. But Team Flash, 10 eliminations to be seen from these guys, and there we go. You're gonna be making that to a 10 for Xavier, I believe, because I don't think they're going to be letting them going without confirming. And these are the top two teams contesting right now. Look at Zeus. Look at Zeus. The shotgun and the switch to the other gun. And he's going to be finding the spray as well. What an amazing play by this guy. Decisive. He just wiped them out in an instant. But he's also going to be receiving fire from FaZe, a third party inside. And they are going to be taking down Team Flash with them as well. Oh boy, both the teams might have just been a caster curse. But both of the teams just got wiped out in an instant.
Well, that is the beauty of this now, isn't it? The X started off really, really strong, then Flash coming out and stealing that number one spot. In terms of elimination, the series down to the top 8 teams right now in the arena. Now, just focusing on multiple teams at the same time. I believe Vampire is going to get taken off as well, and there goes AZ Slumber. Top 6 just like that. 16 players still in the server. Now, 2 players inside of EA still alive with 2 elimination series. They have a really good chance, especially with Turnic performing like if he performs anything like the way he did on the day of playoffs, I think there's a really good chance that this team, even with only two players alive, they could be the ones coming out on top. I mean, we had a day off right after the playoffs, so all these teams have enough time. They've had enough time to practice and obviously look at other teams performing in the playoffs. And right now the circle is closing in as well, and this warehouse is gonna be the hotspot where the teams and the players are going to be contesting for sure. There's a lot of places that you could take cover. There's a lot of ways that you could go for these fights. So it doesn't just come down to the gunplay at this point. It comes down to strategy as well. Where do you position yourself? How do you peak? And how do you use those utilities to your advantage?
Yeah, it definitely seems like the case. And now once again, FaZe Clan, as they dealt the damage to Team Flash and Decisive at the same time, they are now battling it out with Alter Ego, who only have 2 of their members alive. There you go, Sem9 also kind of deciding to join the battle. They are going to be knocking out one, and well, that's his cue to poke it and dip out of there. Alter Ego, though, still engaged, still involved in the fight. They're going to be getting flagged by Todak too. This is not even a trifecta anymore. These are multiple teams battling out in the same area. Badru is going to be spotting out Canary. Fires a lot of damage, has been dealt, and is going to be getting the knock as well. There you go. Canary is down and now FaZe. They do have to get him up back on his feet, and that's going to be stalling FaZe enough to make time, to give time to Badru to get out of there. But does he really want to? Because he's going to be trying and spotting out more and more of FaZe clans, and he's going to be trying to deal that damage. But, well, he has received a lot for himself too, so gotta slow down a little, buddy.
One minutes on the clock, Euro clock, of course, that is, and Sem9 with only 2 players surviving. They have to be cautious. EA is a 2v2 fair fight, but the grenades are going to be coming in. I don't know the utilities on the other side, but look at this position. Krypton, my god, he's in a great spot, comes all the way behind FaZe, takes one down, takes another one, and just like that, coming in from the back and stabbing him in the face, gets 2. And now we're down to the top 5.
Yeah, top 5 team it is, and well, Todak definitely looking the best out of all of them, because with 4 people alive gives them the upper hand in this final engagement. EA only having 2, Alter Ego and 52 Esports also only having 2 and 1 members alive. Todak can make a lot out of the situation. Even though they weren't really able to get a lot of eliminations, they can get the chicken dinner, and there you go, the fight continues. Sem9 and Alter Ego. Sem9 is going to be dealing a lot of damage to Alter Ego right there, and then getting the knock, and should be able to get the other kill as well. But, well, they do need to get one teammate back up on their feet, and as we speak, Alter Ego and another team are going to be wiped out from the server, leaving just the top 3 now. Todak, EA, and Sem9. Sem9 will be able to get one revive in. Todak, all 4 alive. EA also on the right flank. They are trying to recover, trying to get back up on their feet, but will they be given enough time to? Because Todak just keeps on pushing. They will be deleting Sem9 from the server, and now they move on to EA. They know exactly where they are. They keep on pushing. Look at that perfectly. 2 are going to be going inside the building, and 2 are going to be flanking from the outside. But that's not even necessary, because they're going to be getting that chicken dinner regardless. Well, definitely being able to preserve their numbers until the end like that, yeah, definitely works out for these guys. And amazingly played, honestly. The way they pressured, the way they even cautiously even that final battle, the final fight, works out for them. Definitely does work out for them.
Todak. That strategy of surviving with as many teammates as possible, for as long as possible, is always something that could actually work. And well, I mean, these teams definitely know how to put it to good use. Todak are going to be the ones coming out on top. In terms of position points, they are going to be number one. In terms of eliminations, though, I believe they're not going to be number one. The other teams, but at the same time, I think they will be topping that chart for the number one spot in the map ranking, overall rankings. Of course, it's just the first map. We still have 5 more left for the day. But I mean, this game, we did not expect this, right? I don't think anyone expected all the teams to just go full, firing mode, guns blazing, as you like it, as you like to say. I think this is something. This is a glimpse of us, the glimpse of these teams trying to show us that, trying to tell us that this is how we are going to be, playing the grand finals. Right off the bat, we've seen really aggressive plays from every single team.
Yeah, we definitely saw a lot of aggressive plays coming through, and the way that these teams were playing, they were just going all out, and we saw a lot of engagements happen. We even saw, I mean, one of the most interesting engagements were where, FaZe Clan was able to third-party someone and also, get third-party themselves, and, all of that stuff happening. It was even hard to keep up with, and the way that final engagement happened as well, Todak, being able to still preserve their numbers, with M9 and EA still somehow holding on to their lives, but not really being able to in the long run, of course, because Todak were just, they just mowed them down one by one. But yeah, overall, a really amazing map played, and with that, we are left with the chicken dinner winner, the team of the day. That is going to be the first map. That is going to be Todak, and these are the stats these guys managed to accumulate. 600 damage coming in from Nan99. Man Up is going to be getting 446 damage for himself, 3 and 4 eliminations respectfully. Cleon also coming in with another 500 damage, 5 eliminations. A lot of damage dealt by these guys. This is what, total of 12 eliminations, I believe? Yeah, absolutely insane, absolutely cracked. Just, managing to get this for a team. Yeah, pretty good, and they definitely do. I mean, we did see a lot of teams coming in with a lot of eliminations as well. Team Flash and Decisive, they were able to get, 9, 10 eliminations for themselves. That's a lot of points, but hey, they weren't really able to survive until the very end. These guys got the eliminations and also survived until the very end. So yeah, off to a really, really nice start. Match MVP for the day is gonna be Rin, I believe. 5 eliminations. Damage is gonna be 990. That's almost double the damage of the top player in Todak even. So yeah, amazing performance to be seen from this guy as well. EA, they have always been really aggressive, and this is, I believe this is really something to be expected from a player from that team.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I kind of was expecting someone to be someone from the side of Xavier actually to maybe come out on top here, but yeah, we've not seen a lot of fights that they actually engaged in, but we did see them a lot on the kill feed pretty early into the game as well with 10 eliminations. I believe they were the ones started looking to start their dominant run yet again in the grand finals. But yeah, I mean, Rin also, he was at one point, I believe, the only player standing from the side of E Arena. Then made sure that he had Turnic back on his feet. So that was really impressive play coming in from him. And top 5 players, apart from Rin right now, is gonna be No Fear 911 from Hora Esports. There's Lamborghini, of course, from D Xavier, and then 2 players on the side of Todak is Name and Cleon, with 9 eliminations and a combined damage of around 1100. That is just what helped the side of Todak to come out on top. The teamwork coming in, the coordination and cooperation from the other teammates as well. Everyone doing their part, everyone making sure that it's not on one person to go for those frags. It's everyone's duty, and also the support was really, really good from everyone this game. Todak, this game we saw a different team.
Yeah, we definitely did. I mean, the way that these guys were playing around each other, the way they were using their utilities, and the way we saw, like, they, sure, they have their their whole squad intact, 4 members alive, but how do you play around that? And that is exactly what they showed us at the end. The way they, 2 of them infiltrated that building from the inside, and the 2 of them were moving from the outside, just as a backup, just as a foolproof plan, just to take down EA, even though they only had 2 members alive. Yeah, that just really shows you what kind of, what Todak is really packing, and yeah, it's just really nice to see. So 1100 damage, as you see, totally really just boosts their team up in terms of it's just solely elimination points as well, and the overall impact that these guys are making in the battlefield. So yeah, just amazing performances to be seen from all across the board here. Teams to watch would obviously be DX. They were able to get why are we missing Team Flash here? They were able to get a lot of points for themselves. I believe they had 10 eliminations themselves. But hey, that's okay. Just imagine a fifth team here, Team Flash. I'm just gonna put it out for you guys there. But hey, other than that, we have DX, Xavier, of course, 10 eliminations, 2K damage dealt, 52 esports, 6 eliminations, 1900 damage dealt. EA, as we saw, as how deadly one of their team members was 7 eliminations, 1700 damage dealt, and Todak, of course, the chicken dinner winners are gonna be dealing 1600 damage with 12 eliminations. Really nice performance to be seen so far. A good number of nades used by EA and Todak as well, 9 on both of the teams, and a lot of smokes used. Of course, we saw a lot of revives, a lot of cover coming through, and a lot of good util usage. So yeah, overall, really nice numbers to be seen.
Definitely, and I mean, I agree with the point that you brought up. I think Team Flash deserves to be here, but at the same time, these teams also deserve to be in the top four. I wouldn't say top four exactly, but like teams to watch, of course. Todak could definitely. I don't think you had to point out Xavier here because they've been in the spotlight since day one, map one. They have been there. They don't really need that spotlight for them anymore. They have a separate light just facing towards them at all times. So I think that that position could be given to Team Flash, as you said. 52. We've been talking about them as for the later half of the day number two, especially, or you could just say day number two. EA has been another team that I kind of really like. To be honest, I think has to be my favorite. Maybe I could probably be giving up my prediction here because I think the progression that EA has made from day number one of playoffs to the grand finals day number one is impressive. But yes, anyway, total eliminations 100, 3 grenade eliminations. We did not get to see a lot today. I mean, 3 is still a good number, but just not what we usually are used to seeing, like around 6 to 7. But 2 vehicle eliminations and 10,000 plus healing done. That is insane.
10,000 is an insane number because the highest we had seen so far was like what 7k, maybe 9k.
Eight, I think 8. I think I remember seeing 8.
Yeah, something like that. But usually it's like a number 5k, 4k, 6k, something like that. But hey, we have now crossed the 10k barrier, which is honestly kind of nice to see because we saw a lot of teams playing inside the play zone, so I guess there were bound to be this much amount of healing done. A lot of teams were just not entering the new circle. They were just not leaving the play zone because that was the exact problem that we talked about early on, right when the teams dropped. The plane line was towards the southern side of the map, and a lot of teams actually did opt to go towards the southern side, but the problem ended up being that the circle didn't form there, so they had to rotate and play zone and all that healing comes into play. But now we have the match ranking, the points these teams are going to be taking for themselves after this map. TDK, of course, being the chicken dinner winner, are going to be walking away with 22 points in total. EA on the second, 13. Team Flash with their 10 eliminations and 1 survival point are going to be actually it's 11. All of their points are actually the elimination points. 11 points are going to be given to Team Flash. Sem 9. And nice to see them up there. 10 points, 5 from elimination and 5 for survival. DX are going to be taking 10, all entirely based on eliminations. This is kind of exactly what I mean, right? Sem 9, they were able to get 5 eliminations, but since they were able to survive until the end, their points extended up to 10. But DX, they didn't really survive for that long. Same goes for Team Flash, but they were both able to get 10 and 11 points respectively, just based purely on elimination. So it's just really your bet to play. It's really your bet to make what kind of play style you're going for. So yeah, really interesting numbers to be seen so far.
Yeah, I mean that's what we were talking about as well. The side of Xavier and Team Flash, they have been that aggressive team pretty early into the map as well, and they were just they were taken out unfortunately. But those eliminations, those pretty quick eliminations as well at the end, kind of helped them to get that position, get those numbers 10 and 12 respectively. Gives them the that confidence, that boost in moving on to map number 2. Now as we move down to ERANGEL, can we see a similar, a pretty basic ERANGEL? Do we get to see much more typical gameplay from these teams? Because map number 1 was no holds barred. Everyone just went chaotic. You could say this was a chaotic match. As a matter of fact, we've seen fights happening everywhere, and it was not just 2 teams battling against each other. It was multiple teams taking those fights. Like it was 3 teams, 4 teams in the same proximity going against each other, trying to take them down. Then we witness one of the players on the side of Alter Ego just jumping in. He was, I believe, just walking on top of what was that, like an iron rod? He was just walking on top of it, jumps down, takes two players on the
Yeah,
side
that
of
was
face down with a
amazing.
shotgun. That was kind of like, what, that's some Spider-Man stuff, man.
Yeah,
That's all I'm
it
saying.
definitely is. Spider-Man, Assassin's Creed, just did some detective assassination, whatever you want to call it. That was some good stuff to be seen here, and just making full use of the structures that this game provides to you guys. That's exactly what you really want to see. But hey, Rondo, exactly as you said, it kind of went a little faster than we expected it to. But hey, it's exactly the Rondo that we got to see in the playoffs. That one was really chaotic as well, and this time around the teams have shown us a similar picture. But after Rondo, we are going to be moving on to Erangel. That's the map that is going to be up next. I mean, hey, Miramar is soon to follow, but for now, we are going to be going on to Erangel. And talking about Erangel, once again, as I've always said, it is, maybe not really an aesthetic, honestly. Aesthetic, Rondo is a different map. It's really different. But in terms of, the way it's sometimes kind of played, it is kind of similar to Rondo. The pacing that Erangel provides is somewhat similar to Rondo. Yeah, exactly. It's somewhat similar to Rondo. But hey, Erangel, as we always say, it's the good old classic PUBG map. The players kind of know what to expect and what to do around this area. So we can kind of, I always do expect a little bit of, a passive approach to this map by all of the teams. So looking at the play line that has just now formed and the teams are going to be dropping, we are moving on from military base up to Stalber, and I don't believe a lot of teams are going to be opting for the northern side of the map. Nobody really goes there. We're probably going to be seeing a lot of mid-map action and a lot of military base action, which is nice to see. But at the end, what really defines the course of action of this game is going to be the circle that's going to be forming. So yeah, we are going to be waiting to see for that to happen. But for now, the teams are going to be dropping out pretty evenly across the map.
Definitely, as you mentioned, towards that northern side, I don't think there's going to be a lot of teams making their way to even Stauber, as a matter of fact, where the flight path ends. Zarki, Georgia Paul, Hospital, Kameshki, Milta Power. I don't think any of these areas will even be populated. Maybe Stolber. Maybe Stolber, but the side of Tribe Aeromacy at the moment. Maybe even Team Secret. No, that's actually not Team Secret. I'm sorry. That's actually Exosphere making their way. And the Exosphere. Wait a second. I haven't even seen this team in map number one. Like, I have not seen a lot from this team at least.
Exosphere, they have been a really aggressive team when it comes to eliminations. I've seen these guys get some really good kills when they're given the opportunity.
True.
I mean, they aren't really as good as surviving for long as far as I've seen. But whenever these guys are given a fight, they are sure to prove what they're made of. But right now we can see some battle going on in Yasnaya. We do have Hora Esports going up against Team Flash here. Team Flash, they are going to be gathering up, and they are pretty aware. They do seem pretty aware, but look at that. The SLR is going to be a bit too strong for one of the guys from Team Flash, but it's going to take a lot of damage. There we go. Hora Esports out, but they are out shotgunned, as I would say, because Team Flash is going to be shutting them down. Hora Esports kind of split up in different buildings, and they are having a little bit of problem with Team Flash right here. Team Flash, they are going to be able to get their revive in, only leaving one guy alive from Team Flash's side. A lot of damage has been... as we were saying that one last kill is also going to be secured from Team Hora. So that is going to be the first team falling down in the map of Erangel, and we're going to see how it all follows up. Team Flash did take a lot of damage. I mean, hey, only one guy was knocked, and now he's back on his feet. So they now have Yasnaya to themselves, and they can loot all they want. Pretty nice to see. Good stuff to be seen. Yasnaya is a pretty, I would say, a high tier loot drop area. You can get a lot of good stuff in the buildings in Yasnaya. And yeah, especially since it's that big, it's definitely more than enough for just one team. But hey, moving on from that, we have now our eyes on Vampire Esports. Talking about Vampire Esports, honestly, these guys were, didn't have a really good start, but they were able to bounce back up so well in the playoffs. They were able to get their names in the top 4, right? I mean, after early on we didn't really know, we weren't really mentioning a lot about Vampire Esports, but eventually they really caught our eyes with their performance, and they have been doing really well after that. So I am expecting good things from them as well. In the previous map that we saw, they were able to, they were shut down pretty early on. That was kind of unlucky, really unlucky for these guys. But we should be able to see a change of pace come through from these guys. So we are going to see how that happens. Team decisive, I believe it is. They do have Pachinki and they are taking their time, but they can. It's exactly what I talked about, ERANGEL, right? It's just a really passive approach coming in from all of these teams, taking their time with their loot. We had a few drops during their team flash, wiping her out, but that's really gonna be all that we're gonna be seeing early on. The arena somehow reached Georgia Bull, and they're gonna be getting all the stuff that they need from there. As for now, it's all very chill. Only 4 eliminations in total to be seen coming in from just one team, and it was on entirely another team, so another team just wiped out. So for now, just chilling. Kodak, chicken dinner winners of the previous game. 22 points carrying right after the first game. A good bump for these guys. Team Flash, they also did end up with 11 points in total after that first map, so... And I'm now obviously combining their 4 points that they just got. Already totaled to 15, so it is going to be giving them a huge bump, at least up against teams that are, still below 10-5. It's like Team Secret, Wine, AZ Slumber. These guys are extremely good, but for now they're just not a lot of points gained. But hey, they've only really seen, the first game go through for now, so it's only valid to see these teams not having a lot of points right now. They haven't really had the opportunity. We saw Team Secret, Wine, even AZ Slumber get knocked out, get wiped out pretty early on out of the servers, so just not their run, but can definitely make a difference. I'm not quite sure if 52 Esports actually qualified or were they... I don't remember. I think RRQ and Hora were the fan favorite teams. So. Oh, look at that! Let's talk about it. We already have a fight, and these Xavier's dealing a lot of damage to Sem9, and oh boy, Sem9, what are you gonna do in this situation? There's also 2 guys knocked on the Xavier side, so you can definitely make something out of this situation if Sem9 is able to stay down right, and they should be able to maybe knock out one of the biggest teams here. But well, they are being dealt a lot of damage. Information's out, the nade's being cooked, but well, as soon as that happens, Leaves is going to be pushing out of the building, and he's going to be losing his life, getting knocked out, but the trade knockout is going to be there as well, and now that leaves only 1 guy left alive on his feet. So Sem9's side, and would he go for the fight or would he just dip? I think he's just going to be booking it, or never mind, because he doesn't really want to play this game alone. He wants his teammates to be alive, and he's going to be going in for the clutch. A lot of the Xavier members to be dealt with, and he's going to be wiping the Xavier's clan out. And is going to be, well, should be able to get his teammates back on his feet. 3 members still alive? That is not bad. That's not bad at all for Sem9. Not a good look at all. They were able to get out the Xavier. Oh boy. Good stuff to be seen from these guys. Well, that settles it for Xavier for now. And that pretty much, gives them the ticket for the next game, because I don't really think they're gonna be able to do much in this one. So yeah, that's really about it for now. Looking at the numbers now, Sem 9, 3 people alive, Exosphere 3 alive. Rest of the teams are looking really, really well. Other than Wayne, who only have 1 alive now. Wayne, once again, on an unlucky run. They were doing really, really well in the playoffs. The way how aggressive and how versatile they were in the playoffs, it just really, kind of gives you a lot of hope for what is to follow. But they're not really able to do much this time around. Xavier, how I would have loved to see them win this fight, but really, Sem 9 got the better of them and really do deserve the team elimination. Well, that one last guy left on Wayne is now also eliminated, and that's going to be the end of the story for Wayne in the meantime. And we can, if you look at the kill feed, we can see now Vikings is under attack and Vampire Esports as well. So we are going to see how this follows up for these guys. Sem 9, I'm sure they're proud of their victory still. Just clearing out Xavier now, also one of Vikings member. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. Empire Esports are going to be receiving fire from AG Slumber. They are going to be able to, well, knock down one of them, leaving only 2 alive now. Oh boy, buzzkill from the shotgun. Again, one of AG Slumbers, but is that all they can do? Vampire, only 1 guy alive right now, AG Slumber. 1 alive on their side too. He's going to be trying to get their revive in as soon as possible. Also handing over that first aid, but AZ Slumber not really letting that happen. That car, that vehicle, drive-by. No shots are being fired, but the nade, as soon as he stops, is being cooked. Another nade, a response nade being cooked by Vampire Esports. He sees the nade coming. He's going to be dodging it perfectly, cooking up another one. AZ Slumber on the other side is going to be doing the same thing. There we go. The rush is there. A little bit of damage being dealt by the nade. Vampire Esports is going to be the only one taking it. Nade, 1 second in the hand. There we go. It's almost perfect. It's actually going to be dealing damage to himself. Once again, a battle of wits to be seen. They are predicting each other perfectly. First aid injected, shotgun in hand, trying to rush. AZ Slumber knows what's happening. He's going to be trying to get the revive in. Might just be able to do it in time, but the problem is, will Red Bull allow it to happen? Shotgun in hand. There we go. AZ Slumber landing the final shot onto Vampire Esports, and Vampire Esports once again an unlucky run in this game as well. Are going to be leaving the server, and AZ Slumber should be able to get everyone back on their feet and good to go. A really interesting turns of events to be seen here, honestly. The way that these teams have been, we are seeing some unexpected teams getting knocked down early on, and the way this entire map is playing out is just really interesting. next zone is gonna be forming soon enough, and few gunshots being fired by Alter Ego. Taking their sweet time once again, all of these teams. Oh, look at that zone, interesting. It actually has formed somewhere around the Povka. And, oh boy, these teams are now making their way in. A lot of teams are really far out on the edges. Still inside the play zone, though. EA is there, and we have, yeah, a lot of teams already. They are kind of outside, but hey, they're close enough. Should be able to make their way in. But the problem is, it's the same problem as last time, you know. These teams are going to have a little bit of problem dealing with each other, so we're going to see how that goes for these guys. But sooner or later, it should eventually happen. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the outcome of it is and which teams are actually remaining in the inner circle at the end. So can't really provide, and you know, you can't really make a prediction or make an analysis on how it's actually gonna go, because the way considering how unpredictable PUBG itself is and how, you know, these teams have been playing, you just can't really make any predictions. So it's just all really, my guess is as good as yours. So. Team Secret spotting out one of them is going to be opening fire onto Sem9, but not really landing any damage, and he's also going to be able to get away. Get away far enough, in fact. Oh boy. Talon now, nearing Exosphere. Both of them probably aware of each other's position, but do they really take the fight right now? And that is for time to tell. Shots being fired far away. No close to the scene just yet. Look at that. Look at the range of that spray. Oh boy. So far away. A little bit of damage dealt as well. In the smoke. Trying to get a spray. Trying to get some bullets land, but nothing connecting so far. The player is going to be having to cover off the rock. Oh, with that being said, Exosphere is now eliminated from the server. There we go, a huge battle going on over here. Alter Ego now being rushed over by Todak. They are going to be backed up by one of their teammates, but will he be able to make it in time? A lot of trouble to be seen here for Alter Ego. A constant shotgun battle going on. Alter Ego is going to be rising to the top of it, and Todak with that is now eliminated out of the server. The backup was perfect, and now Alter Ego, AE are now going to be able to come back up. Todak, surprisingly, are going to be walking away with only 0 eliminations this game, and obviously they're not going to be able to get any survival points either. They died way too soon. Not nice at all. And we also saw a vehicle elimination come through. I don't think we got to see it with our own eyes. Never mind, we just did. We just saw another vehicle elimination, at least a knockout come through. And there we go. Alter Ego are going to be dealing damage to MIRAMAR as well. AST have now been dealt damage, and there's the backup. It was a little too late, but now it's here. And Alter Ego now have another trouble to deal with their hands right here and now. There we go. The smoke is not going to be enough to provide enough cover. They know he's inside the vehicle, and it's going to be kicked out of the vehicle by MIRAMAR. And AE with that, Alter Ego with that, are now eliminated from the server, to walking away with 7 eliminations for themselves. And AST are now greeted by RRQ. Once again, as we approach the final circles of the game, the final stages of the game, we are going to be seeing fights after fights. These teams going at each other. And now look at that, RRQ wanting a piece of it as well. Are going to be walking in the fight, but AST are going to be returning fire. Not enough though, because RRQ are getting the team wiped out. What an amazing playstyle to be seen over here. TDK, fighting out one team, and then AST walks in. AST kills them, but RRQ now walks in and takes them out. Who's going to be the next to take down RRQ is now the question. Talon Esports. Team never mind, as I say, that Talon is going to be finding a shot onto 52 Esports. A little bit of damage dealt, but not enough to knock someone out, unfortunately. Fight taking place. RRQ dealt a lot of damage. RRQ have been especially doing well for themselves. Look at that. Took down 52 instantly. 52. They were doing pretty well in the previous game, but now... Six teams remaining on the play zone, and the circle only gets smaller and smaller. RRQ currently battling it out with Talon, and Talon are in a little bit of a different position. They do see the rotation come through. Shots are being fired, but not enough to, even blow up the vehicle. And now with that being said, EA, Arena are also going to be eliminated, leaving only the top 4 teams left. Talon and Team Flash having the highest amount of chance to actually take this chicken dinner home, but now... Look at the amount of nades. Look at the amount of nades that RRQ are being greeted with. Having dealt so much damage, regardless, can't really do much about this situation. Are going to be dealing Team Flash a little bit, but how much longer is that really going to be helping them, right? Because, well, Team Flash, they are being really strong, but hey, RQ are holding on to their position. They are not going down without a fight. Or are they? Because they just got, I mean, Sem9 got eliminated. RQ as well, right? Yeah, that leaves the only top two teams left now. It's going to be Team Secret and Talon, ladies and gentlemen. 3 people alive on both sides. Equal chance of winning, pretty much. A lot of util to work around with on both sides. Well, not too much, but still a good enough number. They do know where one of the Talon members are, and now slowly and steadily they have to make. I mean, both of the teams are in the circle, and it's only about time when the next weapon forms. They are trying to get a few nades into that small compound inside, and one of the Talon members is stuck inside. Look at the amount of nades being thrown, but soon they're going to be running out of nades. One guy is going to be knocked out, and it keeps on pushing. They're not stopping. Shotguns are out, and there we go. They are getting the kill onto Talon. That leaves them no chance of surviving, and Team Secret this time around coming back up from the bottom. You know, they had an unlucky run in the previous map, but this time around, they're going to be saying no to that. They're going to be getting the chicken dinner for themselves. I was expecting it to, let this fight to last a little longer, because I expected Talon to be able to hold on to their position. But Team Secret definitely said no to that, and they were like, no, we need it right now, and they forced it out of them. They are going to be the chicken dinner winners of the second game, the second map. That was ERANGEL, ladies and gentlemen. Really nicely played, and yeah, what a performance by these guys to see. Well, with that, we already do have. I mean, I'm kind of missing my partner here, but hey, with that, he's gonna be back pretty soon. That's why I gotta give. You guys gotta wait for Eds for a little. But I was just, I texted him, see what's up. He's like, hey, be back in a minute. So with that, let me just catch you guys up with the chicken dinner team. That, of course, is Team Secret, and we're going to be seeing the damage dealt by these guys. 500, 338, 289, and, well, 2 and 5 eliminations and 1 from Juke. These are really nice names. Juke, Jackie, Cirrus. I mean, hey, cool name, guys. And a cool number of kills as well. They are going to be coming in with 8 eliminations in total, getting them the chicken dinner right at the end, right, hitting right when it actually matters. And, yeah, Team Secret is going to be, kind of. I mean, we saw some, especially RQ. Honestly, you gotta give the props to them. We are gonna be seeing their names in the team to watch, definitely, because yeah, they just put up a really phenomenal performance out there for us. The way they were able to show up, and the way they were just being because right now the kind of teams that we have are like something you'd call an unstoppable force, but RRQ, they were being an immovable object at the same time. They were not saying no to anyone. They were taking the fights, anyone that they were greeted by, and they were winning them as well, and they were able to keep their numbers up too. Unfortunate they were able to get wiped at the last, I guess, top 5 or top 4. But, yeah, just overall, really amazing performance from RQ to be seen.
Definitely. And,
we're here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I mean, I guess you could say I am the secret of the Team Secret, because I was gone for a bit, and, well, look who came out on top. It is Team Secret. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I could not join for the action, but I was watching it from the back lanes, and it was pretty phenomenal coming in
Yeah.
with the way they played, and the eliminations as well coming in. The teamwork was always there from day one. We've seen it. They just were not getting that that foot in the game, but finally it looks like it's about time, and it's time for Team Secret to rise to the glory that they are bound to.
Yep, definitely is the case. And now we have the MVP for this map, and we are going to be seeing 571 damage from this guy coming through, 5 eliminations, and well, honestly, sure, maybe not a very great number, but it is still something to be taken note of, because hey, of course, almost 600 damage being dealt, you are going to be pushing your team's chances up a lot, and just really pushing your team towards victory. So yeah, 5 eliminations to be seen from just this guy, and total they were able to get 8 eliminations. So yeah, a lot of work has been done by just Zeros. So yeah, props to him. Amazing stuff to be seen overall. Yeah, it really just deserves the MVP, and might have just been the reason that Team Secret was able to get the chicken dinner this game. Because that final push by Team Secret coming through, I think it was Zeros who was dealing the most amount of damage. Because that one last shotgun pull out, and the way they were rushing, yeah, it was nice to see. But hey, with that, we have the top 5 players. What do you think about these, Edge?
I mean, immediately, right off the bat, you can see that. I mean, apart from Zeros, the other team that absolutely outperformed everyone has to be Team Flash. I mean, come on, map number one, also, they were really good in terms of eliminations. This time, again, in terms of eliminations and in terms of placement points as well, they've been decent. I mean, some could say it's above average, better than decent. But I will tell you why I call them decent right now. With the way that they're performing, I think this is their average gameplay, right? Because it just feels like they have a lot more potential than what they're showing us right now, and they could outperform their own previous performances. So I think Team Flash, they could be one of the teams that could actually come to the top and sit there comfortably as well, especially with this performance right now. I kind of am looking forward to see where they stand on the overall standings and what positions the other teams are. And by other teams, I mean the Xavier especially. That is another team that everyone's looking out for. But do not take away credit from Maona as well. He's been amazing since playoffs. Man did not have a lot of you know a lot of team, let's say, support coming in. Alter egos, they've always had players going down, but it finally looks like they're also getting that momentum in their favor. And I'm also kind of excited and happy to see that Sem 9 and Alter Ego are going to be in the teams to watch yet again. It's been a while. It's been a while. And I got to say, Alter Ego, they've always had this, one of the coolest logos, if you ask me, at least for me. It looks like
Oh yeah.
the name and the logo is really, really interesting. And it's about time that they, are the teams to watch, or the players to actually be afraid of.
Yeah, definitely is the case. And with that, all the teams that we have in front of our eyes. Oh, why do we once again? I did this the last time as well, Edge, and I'm gonna do
Hmm.
it again. I need RRQ here. Just imagine a fifth team here. Fifth logo RRQ. They were doing so exceptionally well this game. They were able to get a lot of eliminations for themselves. We are gonna see when we move on to the match rankings. But yeah, overall, actually, we are going to be moving on to the match. Never mind, it's just a match summary. I forgot the order. But hey. Look at the number of vehicle eliminations, Edge. We had 4, and I think we saw like 2 of them with our own eyes. And yeah, it was just nice to see. A lot of people were ramming into each other this time around. But yeah, look at that. Longest elimination also coming in from RQ. The damage number, pretty usual this time around. Not a lot. Grenade eliminations 3, so yeah, that's pretty normal too. We did see a lot of utils being used by the end of the game. We did see a lot of knockouts coming through by grenades as well, so that's nice to see. But other than that, pretty usual numbers to be seen on this page at least, except of course the vehicle eliminations. But once again, I really do kind of move forward to the match rankings. I want to see how exactly RRQ ended up not making it to the teams to watch, because these were the guys that had my eyes throughout the entire map. These were the guys that were dealing a lot of damage. I mean, these were the guys that took down Xavier, I believe, or was it
Hmm.
Sem 9? I think it was RQ. I think it was RQ. These were the guys that survived a fight between Xavier. Maybe it was Sem 9. I don't know. I'm not
I
sure.
mean,
We're gonna know soon enough.
yeah,
But it's like the same story, right? Sem 9,
true.
RQ. Both of these are underdogs, and them beating Xavier is just it's just it gets me excited like a kid.
I mean, regardless, RRQ deserves to be in the top 5. Well, they will be in the top 5 of the match rankings, of course, as Team Secret. They come out on top with 18 total points. It's with 8 eliminations and the chicken dinner going in their favor. But Team Flash, my oh my, with 12 eliminations, they bring their total up to 15 with only 3 placement points. That is amazing to watch. And, Seb 9 as well, doing really, really well with 14 points. Talon with 12, RIQ 11, Alter Ego Ares 7, Tribaromacy with 5, AZ Slumber with 4, E Arena 52 Esports, Exosphere with 3 each. Unfortunately, for the side of Vikings, D Xavier and Wine combined with Vampire, they only get 1 point, unfortunately. But here's the biggest misfortune, if you ask me. Todek, the winners, the chicken dinner grabbers from the last map, absolutely were unable to grab anything this time around. They didn't grab stuff. They just didn't get any points here, unfortunately, along with FaZe and Hora.
I mean, yeah, they didn't at all, and that's really not looking very, very nice for these guys. I mean, hey, I might just be able to switch up the picture later on, but yeah, the bottom team's kind of unexpected. But hey, it's also kind of nice to see because hey, obviously we're in the grand finals right now, and all the teams are big names, and a lot of stuff is going to be changing later on. But hey, this is currently how the overall ranking stands. Team Flash, surprisingly, is on the top with 26 points in total. Sem9 are going to be having 24. Todak 22, of course. These guys have been doing wonders with the amount of eliminations they've been getting. Team Flash, though, look at their amount of eliminations. It's in a different league of its own right now. Nobody has crossed the 20 number spot for eliminations just yet, but these guys have. Sem9 isn't even close. They're 6 eliminations away from hitting 20, and these guys, Team Flash, are already 3 points above. So yeah, a really dominant and aggressive performance coming through from Team Flash, and it's kind of it's really nice to see because you have teams like Team Secret playing who just got the chicken dinner. You have RQ who surprisingly just are now a lot more aggressive. 14 eliminations in total. They're just showing us a different RQ in the grand finals. Arena, they were really good, but right now they're just all the points that they've been getting are just kind of from their eliminations and their placement points. It's just not amazing so far. We're not seeing a lot of decisive right now. We're not seeing a lot of Vampire Esports right now. Not E-Arena. Sure, E-Arena is in the top 6 still, but hey, we're not really seeing a lot of those names. There are a lot of those big names, like Exosphere. They've been known for their eliminations. Easy Slumber. The kind of performance Team Flash is putting up right now is exactly what AZ Slumber was capable of, or at least were capable of in the playoffs. That's what they were doing in the playoffs, and that's what we're seeing right now. So yeah, just also Voin, they are heavy hitters. They are not, stopping at all. But hey, here we are.
I mean, if you talk about Team Flash as well, right? 26 points, out of which 23 were eliminations. That is just ridiculous. I mean, so Team Flash is kind of performing the way that the top teams on day number 1 of the players were performing. And I'm talking about Xavier, as you said. This is what AG Slumber, Xavier, Vampire, Voin. If you combine all of these teams, well, that is going to be the performance being put out by the side of Team Flash at the moment, and they are just going ham, and they're not going to stop anytime soon. That's 2 games back to back now. Pretty good consistency, if you ask me. And the way that they're playing, it doesn't look like they're going to stop anytime soon.
It definitely doesn't look like they're going to be stopping anytime soon because the way that they've been putting up the fights against the other teams, yeah, just amazing team. But once again, obviously, I'm the kind of guy who needs all the teams just constantly, shifting the image, shifting the picture. You always love to see, as the playoffs were really, it was a roller coaster of emotions for us. Sometimes it was Xavier dominating for the first half of the playoffs, and later on you see teams like Vampire Esports coming through and dominating the competition as well. You also saw all of these teams, Alter Ego, they were being extremely dominant as well, and all of these names were just showing us their mettle one after the other, and every single map it was pretty much a different story for us. And now since we're in the finals, I would kind of like to see the same, because when this happens, the points of all of these teams end up getting so close to each other. By the end of it, we're gonna have a real hassle of who is actually gonna end up being the top 3 teams, or especially the question that who is actually gonna be the top 1, because well, sure, Team Flash, they are the top contender right now, but that is gonna be changing very, very soon, because there are a lot of maps to play. Even today, we have 4 maps remaining. We only went through Rondo, we only went through ERANGEL, we have Miramar, and then all 3 of these maps all over again. And then we have 2 more days to go through. So we're going to be seeing a lot of changes in the overall pictures, and we're going to be seeing how these teams change their dynamics, how their teams, all that really matters at the end. Sure, we are all here for the action-packed PUBG. We're all here for, the good stuff. But at the end of the day, in the essence, all that's really gonna matter is the overall rankings of these teams, how they really end up on that stage, who gets to be on the podium, and who actually gets the prize pool. Because, well, sure, maybe not an insane amount of money, but it's a good amount of money. It's a good bag, so I'm sure these teams have something to fight forward to. So yeah, we're gonna see how it all ends up. I'm really excited, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how it all goes.
I mean, I would still, say that it is insane amount of money if you ask me. I mean, come on.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I'm not sure about it. How nobody would say
I
no
mean,
to that.
please.
Of course, of course, of
I mean,
course.
if you
That's
don't
not what
want it,
I
I'll
meant at
take
all.
it.
I'm like, sure. I had those, $1 million tournaments in my mind, and they relatively to that. Because of course we have international teams. Sure, sure. It's just just putting it into perspective. Like maybe you're thinking about an international, multi-international tournament, and that's where you're comparing it to. But still, this is huge. This is big. These guys are, these are the biggest teams of Asia, to be specific.
True.
So yeah, it's and this is one of the biggest tournaments in Asia as well. So yeah, it's really something to look forward to.
This is kind of one of those situations where you feel like how they say that this new gen have just ruined everything. It just feels like one of those things because 90,000 back in the
Yeah.
day would be like, oh my god,
Oh
90K.
yeah, oh yeah, 90K, insane. Yeah.
And now it's just like, oh yeah, 15 finishes. That's nothing. We get 20 on average. That's exactly what Flash is doing. Like they're like, I mean, 12 finishes usually is a lot. But right now for Team Flash, it's like nothing. They just do it on a daily basis. It's warm up for them pretty much. And now looking at Miramar, I'm expecting a similar performance from them. But my main question is, once again, I mean, after this map, can we get to see the same winners moving on forward? But once again, that's a story we can talk about later. But for now, it's time for Miramar, and we start off towards from Ruin. We end up exactly in the south, right between Patona and Puerto Paraíso.
Well, yep, interesting plane line to be seen here once again. Question will be in this map, will the current domination by the teams who are already above the 20-point mark, will they be shut down in this map or not? Because even though I said that the picture is going to be changing a lot in the future, the thing is, it needs to start changing early on. Because we have seen some of the teams who weren't really, able to make their mark early on, they never bounced back up from it. We saw
We've
all
seen
of
it,
the
yeah.
Pakistani teams going home. We saw they weren't really able to do much, but even if they tried their hardest at the end, they couldn't really do much because gathering points at the end doesn't serve you well in the long run. You have to do it from the get-go. So yeah, this is the point where teams like the Xavier and all the teams that are still not shown up on the first page, they really have to start taking this seriously. And I mean, sure, they are already taking it seriously, but they have to change up their strats. They have to go back to to their whiteboards and think about what they're really doing wrong and what's going wrong with these guys. And are they maybe fighting it too aggressively? Do they maybe need to land a little bit safely? Just think about what's going wrong, and they need to fix things up and come back with a different picture. And there we go. Vikings already. Did they just wipe out Exosphere?
I believe so.
Exosphere is Exosphere is out, guys, and that's gonna be leaving us with 17 teams alive.
Really?
Vikings surprisingly not actually losing even one of their members. Sure they had 2 knocks, but those guys are gonna be back soon enough. And looking pretty good for them. 4 eliminations already secured.
That is pretty early into the game as well, and a team to be eliminated this quick, Exosphere, I believe maybe they thought, especially with the scar in their hand, right? They thought maybe with the scar L we could actually hand out the L to the side of Vikings, but unfortunately it is them taking it themselves. And for now, with 4 eliminations pretty early into the game, Vikings, they already are done with 25% of the game, right? With 4 eliminations already, you're pretty much done. Like the rest 50% is getting, let's say, another 10 frags, and the last 25% is you surviving till the top 3 to make sure that you get at least 5 points in terms of placement. Even if you don't get chicken dinner, if you get 10 plus 4, that's like 14 to 15 eliminations. You get a decent points of 20, and I think which is what every team should be aiming for. Ideally at least, aiming for 20. You might end up with 12, 13. Yes, that is still pretty decent. 12, 13 consistently is better than having games with 20, 25, and then just go 0 for like 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, definitely is the case. But once again, as we are now in the chill phase of the game,
True.
and obviously we are on Miramar, so it's gonna be taking. I mean, hey, we saw an early drop fight happen early on, and yeah, I think that's really all that we're gonna be getting in at least this early stage of the game. We are in stage 1 already, though. But yeah, the teams are gonna be taking their time, looting and stuff. We do have our eyes on Team Flash, that is the most dominant team right now in the entire tournament. honestly, an entirely different picture from what these guys were showing us in the playoffs. Sure, they were able to, make their mark by the end of the playoffs. They were doing really well by the end, but this time around, it's entirely different. It's kind of it's pretty much the same story that D Xavier was putting out for us early on in the playoffs, and this time around, it's Team Flash that's doing it. So yeah. Good stuff to be seen from these guys, and yeah, I mean, hey, since I did mention D Xavier, I'm just gonna reiterate, they only have 11 points right now, and they do have to. It's just really, I mean, why I mention points again and again and again. It's just because this is really what it all comes down to. Sure, these fights can be really intense and really enjoyable, but it just really. These points are really what are going to matter by the end. Sure, you can get some really good highlight reels and you can get some really good clips out of it, but hey, that's all it's going to amount to. But, the winner of the tournament and, the name, the bragging rights are going to go to the actual winner. So, yeah, the points are definitely the most important thing here.
True. I mean, there are a lot of strategies that you could use, and well, I believe the one that you just explained has to be one of the most.
The
I wouldn't
safest
say.
one, I guess.
Yeah, probably not the easiest one, of course, but
Yeah,
safest
yeah,
one, as you said.
obviously.
And I also think it could be the most effective one if they play it right. Right.
Yeah.
Come on. Because as we've already talked about it, keeping that balance, maintaining a balance between elimination points and placement points is good, and having that consistency, of course. Like, not one game, 2 games. You need to make sure you have the consistency throughout the entirety of 18 maps, and then even though you don't get any chicken dinners, I believe you might still be the one coming out on top and taking away the not so high prize money, I could say.
Yeah, for sure is the case. I was kind of focused on the spray down. I'm not quite sure if they actually do see them. Probably do, that's why they fired in the first place, but do they see them enough to be actually firing shots at them and revealing them their position, and also now actually deciding to move towards them? What exactly is FaZe Clan thinking here? I mean, they do seem to have good weapons to work around with. Probably did get some good loot, but they have to be really confident to be able to do this. Look at that, nades are being cooked in response, and MVK Vikings are kind of split up, but are going to be, grouping up just for this fight because they know what's about to happen. Another nade being cooked. Chopper, though, is going to be able to dodge it really nicely. Another nade. Just to try and clear out the compounds. A little bit of damage taken by one of the FaZe Clan members, and as they words MBKE. Oh boy, there you go. The first guy's gonna be spotted. A lot of damage dealt, but no knock to be seen just yet. MBKE moved on to the top floor. FaZe definitely wary of it, but they have to approach this really carefully. That's a DBZ, I believe, DBS. And yeah, look at that. It's now probably in action. It's going to be getting the first knock. And well, if you enter, you're going to get a knock like that. FaZe Clan, their decision is not serving them good at all. 2 players already knocked. One on the side of MBKE. Superman really low at HP, but he can work around. And that's going to be giving enough time to FaZe Clan also get one guy at his feet, while the other is going to be finished off by Superman. Both of the teams are equally damaged right now. This could go either way, but the problem is, how are these teams are going to be able to take it? Look at that, MBK, while they were going for the revive, FaZe Clan were already back on their feet, ready for the fight again, are going to be getting in and getting wiped out by FaZe Clan. Oh boy.
Those grenades, those utilities coming into play, and it's going to be Arena at the moment with the advantage, if I may, with the player coming in for the rescue as well, for the support, especially. FaZe Chopper takes one down. Yeah, S12K coming out on top on the side of EA. EA. They're taking down everyone, and well, I believe the last player, well, he has nothing to do. As you said, pretty much, we've seen this last time as well, the player just gives up. And EA, as they lost one player, just on his knees, of course, they will get those 4 eliminations, and once again, are going to be one of the teams to, watch. That's a really cool backpack coming in from Krypton. I had to just point it out. He's just looking at me. At the moment, Team Tribe Aromas, if you look at the map, they're really far away. They were the teams that actually dropped down on ruins, at ruins, and now they're making their way back in. I don't know what utilities they have, what kind of strategy they took in right now. But Alter Ego, Krypton is in a bit of a mix. Vampire in the vicinity, they could actually take him down. But he does have support in terms of his teammates just lurking in the area. We already are down to 56 teams. Sorry, 56 players. 56 teams would be a big number, but 56 players and 15 teams in the server right now. 10-minute mark about to hit.
I mean, yeah. Usually we do have a lot lower numbers by this point, but for now we still have a good amount of teams alive, and I mean the teams that did get wiped out, did so in a very clean fashion. MBKE, you know, all 4 wiped out. FaZe, all 4. Exosphere, all 4. And the ones that took damage only did so very slightly. Like 52 Esports, only 1 guy down, but were able to get 2 eliminations for themselves. FL just lost another one of their members, but they still do have 1 elimination and 2 alive. I mean, hey, maybe Miramar is just not their thing, or maybe, you know, just misjudged if they really wanted to fight someone or not. But hey, look at that, the kill feed is finally showing the name of some of the saviors. We just saw, I believe, Lamborghini get a kill, and that's definitely interesting. Should be getting our eyes on it eventually. Yeah, there we go. That's Paragen for sure. And I guess they're going up against Hora Esports. Hora. They do have a knock, and Paragen might just be trying to take advantage of that. Oh boy, he's gotten himself into the trouble. Shotgun out, but will he be able to survive this? Yeah, definitely cannot. You cannot just walk in 3 people. Lamborghini coming in for the backup, but Hora are too strong. No, Paragen. DX, that's a grave mistake. That's an error. You cannot just rush so many people like that, or maybe they just misjudged it. But look at this. Our eyes on 52 Esports. They're going up against Team Flash, the top team, one of the chicken dinner teams. And they're going to be wiped out just like that as well. What just happened? What on earth?
They're gone. That's all that matters. And 52 Esports, they're going to be really happy with the way, you know, things have gone up until now. Not anymore. Those 4 eliminations were quick, but immediately could not capitalize. And oh, although he was very low, I believe like what, 10 points I felt, he does manage to get a frag pretty early with the Vector as well, pretty quick. That weapon is just too good. RIQ confirming another one there. Wine, they're just falling apart right now. And as you said, you know, this is one of those teams that everyone has to look out for. And they are proving exactly why. The team that has not, you know, performed really well in the playoffs, well, they're already having a great run in, you know, map number 3 here.
Yeah, they are having a really great run. With that, we now have 46 players alive. 12 teams remaining. We are seeing some shots fired by Alter Ego Krypton on to Empire Esports. Especially not off to a very good run. Now, slightly exposes himself in the smoke, and he doesn't really have a lot of cover to work around with except that one vehicle, and he's currently being sprayed down by Alter Ego Krypton, and well, not a lot of shots are connecting, but eventually they should.
They will in a bit. Alter Ego, another team that that could actually you know, have the chance to maybe close out the day in the top 5 along with Vampire. They also have the chance. I mean, they're not having a good time right now with only 6 points, 20 points away from Team Flash, but the best part for them is Team Flash and no more the server, so they could actually, you know, utilize this, capitalize, and maybe come out on top, get at least close out the distance between them and the top position. I mean, that gives the cue for everyone, actually. I mean, Torak has to be the favorites right now with already 25 points. Flash will be up to 27. So Torak are looking good to maybe steal that, you know, the number 1 spot. After the chicken dinner, the game number 1, game number 2 was absolutely, you know, horrid for them with 0 points moving on. As a circle, now still, you know, going towards that San Martin area. Los Leones just exiting the circle right now. This is still stage 2 circle. There's still a lot of time for these players to, you know, decide what to do, where to go, and what is the strategy that they're going in with. The best one, as we've already discussed, is, you know, survive for as long, survive with as many as possible.
Definitely would be the case, and now once again things do seem to have calmed down. There are teams in vicinity of other teams, but Sem9 pretty separated. Never mind, as I say that, we can see a lot of teams close to each other. Look at this, Todak up close to AG Slumber. That fight definitely will not go really well for AG Slumber because Todak seem to be overpowering them right now. They do have knocked one guy out, but Agent Brian holding on to his dear life somehow. Well, he wasn't going down without a fight, that's for sure, but Frenzy is going to be getting another Buzz knock, leaving only one on Todak now. 2 on Todak, 1 on Easy Slumber, I believe, is the case right now. And Agent being cooked, it's going to be tossed early on, and that's going to be finishing one off, if not dealt with really promptly. Frenzy, low HP, working around with Easy Slumber. The guy is full HP, but oh! Frenzy could have almost caught him right there while he was climbing. But this is a battle of movements right now, but this is a battle of cover fire. There we go. Damage is being dealt. It's good enough. If he pulls this out, he could make this actually happen. But oh boy, close yet so far. 999 is now also going to be coming into the battle. That's a high nade. That's a far away nade. It's not going to be dealing any damage, but it's going to be giving enough time to AZ Slumber to actually revive someone and maybe get some backup. But Nan 99 looking really good on the HP, while the other guy on AZ Slumber is actually not. He was trying to get the revive in, wasn't really able to get any time for the heal. There we go, UMP out, jump shots, one more bullet to go, and there we go. AZ Slumber is gonna be wiped out by ADK, and well, one guy is gonna be still alive for the revive. That was Frenzy. A lot of damage dealt by Frenzy all alone, and 999 was a little late, but made it just in time for his revive as well. They have lost 2 members, but well, they gained a lot of eliminations points in trade for it.
Definitely. That will, bump up the numbers for the side of Todak, putting up to 7 as well. EA still sitting on 4. Hora is on 4 as well. Wine is the team that I'm, a little worried about right now with no elimination points coming into this with only one player surviving right now. That is not a good position to be in, especially with the amount of pressure, or do I say the amount of expectations that everyone has in this team. They should probably be at the top, but unfortunately they're at the bottom right now. And oh wait, do we have is the scoreboard on the right hand side updating in real time? Because I just see Todak on number 1 position right now. Oh, that's cool. That's pretty informative, and also keeps us all updated on the situation of the teams.
I mean, hey. Oh, look at that once again. As right when I'm expecting a little, a small moment of calmness, I just hear shots firing and somebody trying to spray down someone. But it's going to be this time around RRQ going up against Vampire Esports. There was a spray delivered, but not really any damage dealt. That's just going to be the reason where RRQ is to Vampire Esports, and now they know, and probably are going to be very cautious about them. And 99. When did this happen? When did he get knocked? Well, must have happened while I wasn't really focused, but now that's going to be leaving, I believe, only one guy alive on TDK. Nan 99 is gone, so that just means Frenzy is now left. TDK, though, they are doing really well on their own based on just the elimination points. They have the highest in the server right now. RRQ, they have been doing really well, and they still are. 4 eliminations so far secured, and they were trying to deal some damage onto Vampire Esports as well. And as I say that, Frenzy is going to be taking the fight all alone on Vampire Esports. And, he's a one-man army right now, because I don't think it really matters even if he loses his life. And never mind, he is going to... Vampire Esports finally retaliating, are going to be returning fire, and that's Frenzy's down. And that's, I believe, it's going to be the end of TDK. Todak is now done for.
Pretty decent performance in terms of eliminations, but once again, not in terms of placement points for them coming in. So now once again, my focus is going to be diverted to EA yet again. I want to see how they do, but for now we will focus on the side of Diplomacy, as they are going to be taking a heat on the side of Talon, who have been really good as well after playoffs day number 1. Day number 2 has been good nade as well by Yori Johan. Gets 1. Can he actually confirm it is a question? Diplomacy, are they falling off? They are indeed letting go of their teammates, letting them die here and repositioning themselves. Yo is the only one in the vicinity right now, with another teammate now making his way back in. Axel, do they not want to fight? Diplomacy, looks like they don't want to take this engagement as of now. In the meanwhile, EA and Aura are going against against each other. And I believe one of the players on the side of EA has already been eliminated. A beautiful grenade coming in from the side of Aura on the players of EA. EA is the one to beat, but retaliating takes on Sleepy Aura. Now the only one standing is gonna be No Fear 911. Now, is he how bold is he? Does he go out and take this fight? EA, they already have all their players back on their feet. I'm sorry. Aura Esports, on the other hand, 4 eliminations with the only one standing right now. Sleepy is going to be bleeding to his death if No Fear does not make a move here right now. He does have a lot of lot of ammo to work with, and yeah, pretty decent arsenal of utilities as well.
I mean, yeah. For now, though, looking at how these teams are positioned, Horror. 4 eliminations, looking for more. They are fighting it out, but now they're going to be rushed by EA from all sides. And, well, yeah, that is going to be it for Horror, I believe. Well, only one guy remaining. He was trying to get a pick for himself or 2 before going down, and now not really able to achieve it. Is going to be knocking out 1. I believe he was the one who knocked out EA. Well, it doesn't really matter. He's just going to get back at his feet, and that's going to be that for it. EA wiping out Horror from the server, leaving only 9 teams alive, 31 remaining. Oh boy. Interesting turn of events. EA Esports, after TDK has been shut down, they're now the highest elimination holders in this map, and they're also going to be walking away with a lot of points. If they are able to survive until the very end, they should be able to overtake Team Flash and Todak, maybe. That depends. That depends on if they're able to maybe, get the chicken dinner or not, because that would give them 10 points, or just 6 would do them a lot as well. I mean, hey, that's 28, 30. Yeah, that overtakes Todak, and yeah, definitely Team Flash and Todak, if AA is even able to make it to the top 2. So yeah, they're really the top contenders right now. But the problem is, hey, we still have 9 teams alive, so there's really no telling of what would be their fate as of the moment. So we are gonna see where they end up with it.
Also the positioning right now. I mean, they're out of the zone as well towards San Martin. I think they want to enter the circle from the position of Graveyard, and which is the only way back into the circle from where they could actually make it back in without taking a lot of damage or actually contesting anyone. Talon also repositioning right now. You can see that they are towards the southern area, towards the Los Leones. Now they're making their way back into the circle that just moved a lot more. So now EA is in a bit of a risky spot here. They do have one player, little far away from the team, little disrupted, you could say. I mean, he could be the one causing that disruption, or could be the one just surviving if things go south, unfortunately. I mean, the only thing going south right now is a circle. And Talon, now they don't have to move anymore. They don't have to reposition them anymore. They are in a good spot in the circle as well. RIQ with the AUG at this range, this is everything onto Vampire, actually.
Oh, shots are being fired, but he's probably going to be able to escape from that.
Probably for now. RIQ with 4 eliminations, 22 minutes on the clock. Stage 4 circle will be coming in play in the next 45 seconds. We're down to the top 9 teams, 30 players still in the server. RIQ, they are making sure that they have this control. They are not very far away from the circle as well with the zone. They don't really have to worry about it, but look at this. I believe they have spotted the side of Team Secret there, and now they are going to be going into, I don't know, let's call it attack formation. The positioning is going to be intense, but the higher advantage is in the favor of TS if they actually go for this fight right now. The positioning is bad for RIQ as they are already on the move, trying to get. They understand that this ridge is bad for us. Team Secret, they'll have the upper high ground advantage, and they could actually take us all down. Raining from above is the term I would like to use here. But Team Secret, now all they can do is also reposition. There's only one player shooting. It is a 4v4 though, regardless. But I also kind of want to see where's the player on Voin. I don't see him at all on the map.
I mean, we should be able to see him soon enough, but before that, we are going to be seeing that RRQ is actually being dealt a lot of damage. And well, he has to escape. The rest of the teammates looking pretty well, but interestingly, RQ are still able to, you know, hold on to their numbers. Still hasn't exactly fallen. And going pretty well so far for these guys. Team Secret. Oh, amazing! Amazing! That's what you get for firing at Juke! Return fire perfectly done! And now Team Secret still under fire by Talon Esports. But Talon are now one man down and they have to get one back up on their feet before they continue to fight Team Secret. Team Secret looking pretty well. One guy down on their side as well. A lot of damage has been dealt to Jaiki too. But they're closing the distance. They're trying to fill the gap. And there we go. One more guy knocked on Talon Esports, leaving only two alive. The backup has to be there. Yoru Johan, you have to get into there, buddy. Otherwise, your buddies are going to die out soon enough. As well, Team Secret are not going to let them go. On the other side of the map, Arena are going at it against Vampire Esports too. Two of the best teams, actually four of the best teams, are now battling it out on this map.
The grenades are going to be on point as well. Arena getting those knocks right now. The S-Wall okay, up close. The first one could be the one coming out on top on the left-hand side of the map, of the screen as well. Talon still taking this fight against this side. And I believe they did come out on top here, did they? With 4 eliminations already, Team Secret are going to be eliminated thanks to the side of Talon. But now they're still not out of the equation here. They're still not out, you know, of danger. As RQ now joins the fight, they want to take down the vulnerable side of Talon right now. And the third party from Sem9 is good as Vampire. They lose their players. Sem9, they might actually steal this. EA, they're going down as well. It all comes down to the last surviving players. Alter Ego joins the party, makes it a fatal 4-way from a dangerous 3. And EA, Rin's the only one standing. I mean, he was the MVP for the side. But right now, it looks like it is you know, this is a little too hard for him as well. And Sem9 will make sure EA will not survive any longer. They are going to get eliminated in 8th position, which means 1 point in terms of placement, but 10 elimination points. That is good. Sem9 will also make sure they get their players back on their feet with 4 players standing right now. All 3 egos are going to be the next target. Sem9 move up to 2nd position on that overall standings as we are down to 7 teams and 17 players right now.
Well, one with that now eliminated.
Oof,
Number of total teams has fallen down to a total of 6, and the total players are now 16 on this map. Teams are up close. Alter Ego and Sem9 really close to each other. One of the players from Sem9 is gonna be, well, tossing some grenades, and well, that's gonna be it. Oh, never mind. They're actually deciding to take the fight. The vehicle's gonna be stuck, but he's gonna go out on foot trying to raid them. But on the other side here, RRQ and Talon still engaged in that battle of theirs. Talon was already pretty damaged by Team Secret, so they're definitely not in a good shape to put up a fight, but they are going to be taking one down from Sem9, RRQ, sorry. But yeah, there's the fight continuing. Perfect shot, but the shotgun is going to be one-shotting one guy from RRQ. They maybe shouldn't have taken this fight from the first place because, hey, Talon, they are deadly. Their fangs are still out. They're still bleeding, and they don't want to go down without a fight. They have knocked down 2, even finished 1, leaving only 2 alive on RQ's side. One of them desperately needs to heal himself back up, and the hero is now going to try and make a play on RQ's. Shotgun is being way too strong. Will it be able to take down the entirety? Never mind. There you go. RQ coming back up, and it's finally going to be able to take down the dominance of heal. And it came really close, way too close for RQ's comfort because, hey, they just lost a member of their team. And with that, as EA, Arena were also engaged with Vampire. Vampire is going to be the one to lose their life, leaving only the top 3 teams alive on this map now.
Last 3 teams now make it 2 actually as Tribe, Aero, Messi are gone as well. Now Sem9 with a lot of advantage here. 2-man advantage. As a matter of fact, RIQ though, they do have the utilities in their favor, so that could actually, you know, turn out to be the better thing between the utilities and the player advantage there. But Sem9, the positioning is really good coming in. Grenades are going to be coming in as well from the side of RIQ. Sem9 retaliating with a couple of grenades of their own, dealing a bit of damage onto one of the players actually. GFSTY is a bit tagged up. and the grenade is good, tags up a bit more. But Sem9 with the two-man advantage, they should be the ones coming out on top here. RIQ, this is not going to be an easy fight for them whatsoever. The ridges are not going to be in their favor as well. Sem9 now sandwiching, then converging onto the players of RIQ. The damage is going to be dealt with the grenades, with the weapons, everyone just left, right, and center, dealing a lot. And there you go, Sem9 actually loses one player on his knees, but immediately trades one back, and it's all over. The man advantage always comes out on top at the end, and yet again, Sem9 this time outperforming everyone, making sure everyone stays alive until the end. They're going to be the ones coming out on top, and I believe probably overtaking number 1, number 2 spot to secure the number 1 in the overall ranking. Winner chicken dinner for the side of Sem9, and I gotta admit, they were really, really good throughout the match. They started off well as well, and they made sure that they end it on a good note as well.
You absolutely love to see it, don't you? I mean, hey, a team that was really not doing that well early on in the playoffs just do so well in the finals, because hey, this is the moment that it actually counts, and they're finally making it back to the top of the leaderboards. I mean, hey, we have a lot of teams that are still not being that still haven't been able to really show up. I mean, hey, there's decisive. There are a lot of teams. I mean, Team Secret, they were kind of doing, they were a little off their game today as well. But hey, in the fight that they had on this map, they were doing really well. So yeah, it's just overall really nice to see all these teams once again, one up each other every map. One by one they're coming up and they're showing what they're really made of, and it's just really nice to see. RQ is doing especially really well too. The way they've been taking their fights, they seem a lot more confident than they were in the previous maps and in the playoffs, honestly. Because today they've been just a different kind of RQ. Maybe I don't know. It's just the same kind of went back to their whiteboard and just reevaluated their strategies on what they're really kind of doing wrong. Maybe because it's not always the case that maybe you're playing it out too aggressively and you're dying. Maybe sometimes the case that you're playing it out too passively. Maybe you're capable of more, and that is exactly what Sem9 has showed us today, and especially in this map. Because look at those numbers, look at those stats. We have 220 damage coming in from one of the guys, 668 damage from one another. 192 and 266, and a total of, I believe that's 9 eliminations. Yeah, really good numbers overall, and they're hitting it exactly when it counts as well, right? Just overall, really impressive and good stuff to be seen from Sem9.
Good numbers as well, you said. In terms of eliminations, knocks not so many, but I think sometimes taking opportunity, being an opportunist is all that matters, and that is exactly the case. They were not confirming the kills of the players that were knocked by them, but they were making sure that they get the kills regardless. And Sem9, well, they came out on top. Doesn't really matter how. And sometimes, as you said, we talked about it. There were 101 ways to come out on top, and well, they showed us one of the better ones, if you may. Not exactly safe, I might say, but they did manage to secure all of these players till the end, make sure that everyone survives, and they came out on top. But now moving on, the MVP is going to be important as well, but we all probably know who the MVP is going to be. But I would also like to see if there's going to be any other player who could be an MVP contender other than Sem9 Fex Square right now.
I mean, yeah, definitely is the case, and I'm gonna be seeing, how these performances are overall gonna be affecting. Because hey, these performances directly impact the overall impact of the team on the other teams, and the overall standing of where this team stands in the overall ranking. So I'm gonna be seeing where that goes. But hey, once again, we are back with the MVP of this entire game, and of course, it is gonna be from the Chicken Dinner team, Sem9's Fex Cry, I believe. Yeah, 668 damage. Actually, 666 would be a nice number. 668 damage, 5 eliminations to be seen from this guy. Survival time almost up till the end. Well, of course, Chicken Dinner. I mean, yeah, I was just kind of looking for the 30-minute mark, but hey, 27 minutes kind of ended too soon for a MIRAMAR, honestly. But hey, 27, not bad at all. Good numbers to be seen from this guy. Overall, a nice performance, and definitely the driving force behind this team for the Chicken Dinner.
Definitely. I mean, 30-minute mark is a little for the survival, 30 minutes is pretty hard, if you ask me, to be honest. But at the same time, the game was done before 30 minutes could even be hit, so it's understandable. I mean, he did everything he could. Now let's see who the other top players are of this map Miramar, I'm pretty sure there has to be at least one player from the side of EA. Torak, I believe, will have the most number of players once again because they were absolutely going ballistic at the start, and it felt like maybe they will have the massive lead when compared to the side of Team Flash when it came to points. But that exact moment is when they were taken down. Um, so there's a lot that could still happen. Once again, pretty early stage of the grand finals, and taking a look at the top five, there is absolutely just one player actually. Okay, I thought there was no one, but there's only one player on the side of Torak. It's going to be Frenzy with 4 eliminations. EA has 1 with 4. RIQ also has 1 with 4 eliminations. Talon, well, this player was going ham as well. Yori Johan. I believe the grenades were on point. His what was that? That was a very quick. Someone shot at him, and then immediately he retaliated and took him down as well. I don't really exactly recall which team that was. Was that Vampire?
I'm not quite sure. I mean, hey, we both are known. We both are not known for good memories, so I wouldn't take my chances.
Oh
on it.
God!
So,
Had to take me down with this. Had me take you down.
come on. We've been here for a while. We've been the host for a while here, and this is a kind of a trend that we've seen. But hey, we now have the teams to watch off the game that we just had, and of course, it's gonna be EA, RQ, Talon, and Sem9. 10, 9, 6, and 9 eliminations from all of these guys. The damage is above 1500 for all of them, except Sem9. They're slightly lower, but hey, even though they have less damage than Talon, they do have 9 eliminations, which, well, hitting it when it counts is really what it matters. So yeah, good numbers to be seen from all of these guys. Look at the amount of smoke grenades used by EA. How much cover did they need? How much? Oh my God. Were they like getting knocked out, and were they just? I mean,
I
of
believe
course,
so.
If they have to, they can, and if they pick them up, they definitely can. And well, definitely served them well as well. I mean, having the highest elimination, I believe, in the previous map. So yeah, definitely worked out for these guys.
For sure, with 68 total eliminations, 3 grenade kills, 8 drops looted, 3 healing done is 6,378. No vehicle eliminations, unfortunately, but fortunately at the same time, which means we got to see much more, utility action, gunfire action. But the longest elimination once again goes to Fex Cry with 384 meters, I believe that is. And yeah, I mean, now we have to see what everyone is waiting for, the match standings, and then the overall standing to see changes. I'm not really concerned about the top. I'm much more concerned about the middle order there, but we'll talk about that in a second. As Sem9 leads the chart of the map with 19 total points. RIQ now showing up in the top 3 finally with 15 points. EA with 11, Talon with 9, Vampire with 8, Triberomacy once again in terms of eliminations, unfortunately not a big number, but 7 total points, and they'll take it along with Torak with 7 eliminations and 7 total points. 5 points for Viking, 52 and Aura accumulate 4. All 3 Ego Phase get 3 each. AZ Slumber, well, they get 2. Voin, Flash, and Team Secret. Well, unfortunately for Flash, this was not the game they were looking for. Maybe they thought they could actually, get that lead, built up already. But unfortunately, just 1 point. There's nothing they could do. The Xavier, did they use up all the gas in the playoffs? That is my question. But on the other hand, Exo Spear, they gotta step up too.
Well, that brings us to the overall rankings of the grand finals that we have on our hands right now. And look at that! Sem9 and REQ are number 1 and number 2. The teams that were... Oh my God, this is such a big turn of events. The tables have entirely turned, ladies and gentlemen. These teams were not even able to make to the first page of the rankings in the playoffs. They were really at the bottom there. And now look at that. They are soaring high, and they are holding the podium currently, 43 and 33 points respectively. Really outmatching a lot of teams here. I mean, hey, Todak is close with 29 points, and they still are at the 3rd position, but the rest of the teams do kind of fall back. And Sem9, they are especially really high. They are 10 points above from the 2nd spot, which is going to be RQ. This is such a wholesome and beautiful sight to see, and of course it makes you respect these teams so much. They are definitely painting a new picture. They have come out of a different shell today. They're in a different skin today, and it's really nice to see. But hey, the rest of the team still not to be undermined. They're well on their way to the top as well, having gained a lot of points. There are some teams that haven't especially been off to a good run, like sure, AZ Slumber 8 points in total, FaZe Clan 7, Exosphere 6, Boyne 3, but hey, they still do have a lot of time to work around with, and there are going to be 2 more days. We still have 3 more maps even today to work around with, so we're going to be seeing how this overall ranking changes, and yeah, there bound to be a lot of differences, because we already do know what teams like Decisive, teams like AZ Slumber, FaZe Clan, Exosphere, Boyne Esports, even Vampire and 52, all of these teams, what they're really capable of, and yeah, we can see a lot of changes coming through in the future.
Definitely. I mean, it's still not over. We're down 3 maps. We still have 3 left in the day, and 2 more days left after that as well. So there's a lot of time. There's a lot of chance as well for these, chances for these teams to actually come out on top. So that is something we have to be waiting for, as you already talked about it. The potential is definitely there, and and then the skill set is also there. Otherwise, they would not have been in the grand finals. But as you said, I don't want to say I'm surprised that RQ is there, but yes, I am excited, and I'm kind of happy that they are in the top 2, second position to be really exact, 10 points away from the number 1 spot, but they'll take it. It's still better than being at the bottom of the scoreboard, and by almost I mean actually not making it to the grand finals. I mean, if there were no fans involved, they probably would not have made it into the top, into the grand finals, along with Hora, who unfortunately, I mean, we're still waiting for Hora Esports to, do the thing that they are good at doing, and that is going for a comeback.
Definitely waiting for the comeback from these guys as well, and we're gonna see if that comeback happens soon enough or not. Because hey, obviously, just as happy I am for Sem9 and RQ, I'd love to see Hora come. I mean, hey, well, I'm just imagining a ranking where like Sem9 is on the top, and then there's RQ, and then the third there's Hora. All of these teams who haven't really been able to perform all that well, just gathering up at the top and taking the podium. So that would be a lovely sight to see, and we're gonna see if that actually happens or not. But yeah, for the rest of the teams, it's pretty much the same story at the end. We just get to seeing how the overall picture changes for this team, right? How D Xavier is gonna make their comeback, because we know what they're capable of. How AZ Slumber is gonna be more and more aggressive, and we're eventually gonna be seeing how these changes come into play. But for today, chicken dinner winners, Rondo, we've already had all of these teams come through, but now we are gonna be going through the same maps once again. Question is, will we have them played in the same style as we did earlier? I mean, will we just get to see a Rondo just as fast as the last time, or will it be a different story this time around? Right? And the real question that I believe Edge loves to ask is, will we be getting to see a double chicken dinner today, or maybe even a triple? I mean, hey, triple would be a bit of a stretch, but double isn't really.
I mean, definitely. I mean, I think that's the question in everyone's head, especially after the was it day 1? Yes, it was day 1. I believe it was the Xavier coming out on top, Vampire coming with a double as well, and there was one more team. I can't really put my finger on the name, but there was one more team who came out on top there as well. So there were only 3 teams coming on top, just getting those 3 teams sharing those 6 chicken dinners, 2 each. That is just something that is beautiful to watch, and also gives you an understanding of how the day went, especially.
Well, with that being said, we are now once again
AZ Slumber.
jumping on.
That was a team. AZ
Ah,
not very bad memory.
I mean, hey, you got their time. You got your time to just run through your mental memory, mental cupboard, and AZ Slumber it is. I mean, hey, you found it
Finally.
so. So, well, once again, look at the plane line. Entirely, actually, the complete opposite of the last time. We had it going from like the eastern side to like north to south, and this time around it's south to north on the western side. So, yeah, interesting.
I mean, switch of flight paths, but still pretty default. You could possibly go everywhere you want. Serena City is not that far away. Once again, I emphasize on that part of the map, because that is one place where I usually personally drop down to. So yes, guys, once again, I'm so sorry. I mean, it might look like I'm biased towards Jadena City. No, I don't own the place, but I kind of like it. And moving on, like anywhere towards that northeastern, like a Maytown, there's Mayran. I don't think any of these places could be populated as of now, with the players just jumping in, mostly going in towards that western part of the map. But the question is, will we see another drop contestation towards the another drop class at test track? New York's factory, because we've seen it last time, and it did not go out so well for a couple of teams. So is that going to be the case, or is there going to be a difference of game plan or the start plan at least? And the circle, they're lucky. They're lucky. It doesn't go towards east. It still stays towards west. A little northern though, but they'll take it.
Oh. Oh, look at that kill feed already having some knocks. Oh boy, shots being fired. It's gonna be team secret, in fact.
It is gonna be Sem9 taking a lot of heat, and well, the top of the table, the team that's at the top is taking heat from the team that's at the bottom of the table. So this could be interesting. Sem9 already lost a player, and I believe so did the side of XSP. But here's the thing. Here's the one that we kind of have to keep in mind yet again: the recall on this map. That is one thing we kind of have to look out for. So even though players are lost pretty early into the map, you never really know when they're just gonna be abracadabra back into the server.
Definitely is the case, and surprisingly, Sem9 did take. I mean, hey, a lot of the caster boasting might have gotten to them. I mean, but hey, they're still doing pretty well. I mean, 2 kills to be secured already on. I mean, you would expect these guys to be knocked out, but surprisingly, these are the teams that have actually gotten themselves 2 eliminations each. So.
Very true. We'll wait and see how things, unfold. And Sem9, there you go. We were talking about, the player coming back. The player is already back. We're down to 4 teams there again, but this time Exosphere, they are coming up close and personal. They tried, and they thought that maybe, Nike is good enough to probably take down everyone. But once you come at the Kings, you better not miss, as we already talked about it. The Grows are coming out and taking down one of the players on the side of Exosphere, and Sem9, they'll have their player back on his feet yet again. It's going to be Satria. See, 18 teams right now, 65 players, as we do have a lot of other teams fighting on the other parts of the map, but we will have our focus on Sem9 at the moment, who I believe will be looking at the players on the side of Exosphere. Is there anyone else in the proximity? Do we have any more, enemies nearby? But 52 Esports, there you go, recalling yet again. The blue chips were grabbed. 52 will have their players back. RIQ, though, on the other hand, losing players left, right, and center as AS Slumber takes him down, combined with the side of Team Secret, who actually third parties this and takes on one person side of on the side of RIQ and actually eliminates the entire the squad of AZ Slumber. Now GFSTY is the only one standing, and I don't think he has any more blue chips left. So I don't think the recall is going to be coming into play anytime soon. But 52, this fight against Triberomessi, man, you want to avoid this as much as possible, because Triberomessi is a team that is really good at those initial clashes, and they will come out on top most often than not, as they take one more down on the side of 52 Esports. Triberomessi get the third.
Definitely will be getting the third, and now, oh boy, 3 eliminations, and no real losses to be seen. I mean, they did have a knockout, but they were able to get him back on his feet, and now we have our eyes on some other teams. They do have one knocked, and they're being mowed down by FaZe Clan. Oh, Cannery have been dealt a lot of damage, but is going to be walking out with the knockout. The recall is going to be there, so Alter Ego, they are going to be able to recover their numbers. One is still knocked down, Krypton. He needs to be revived pretty soon. Never mind, he just, I think he just gave up his life or something. He's going to be recalled as well, I believe. But yeah, these guys. I mean, we're just gonna let the players do their thing, play around with their lives, play around with the recalls, get the eliminations that they usually do, and we're gonna be. I mean, hey, this is this is kind of the what you'd call the retroactive drop fighting. It's just once the teams are done looting, there's the fights in the very first stage of the game, and I mean, hey, this is entirely different from the first rondo that we got to experience. That was just like a blitz kill. We were down to like what the top 11, top 10 teams in the first less than 10 minutes of the game. So this time around, things are slightly slower, I believe. It's nice to see players and teams are they're maintaining their lives, they're maintaining their numbers for now, and there was some damage to be seen here. I mean, hey, you have Talon with 3 kills, you have Sam9 with 3, RQ with 4, so Team Secret with 5 right now. So I mean, hey, that's quite a bit of eliminations here and there, but it's pretty chill for now.
Pretty chill. This is, as Ola likes to say, the chill phase of the game, chill phase of the map. But it could turn out to be really chaotic any second. Like, it's as easy as flipping a switch. Everything can go, really well for some teams, and at the same time, really wrong for some of these teams as well. I believe there is an EMP zone, a little, northwest towards the other test track. But there's only Face Clan right now, and they don't really have to worry about it. There's no real, danger there for him or any other team. It's a matter of fire. But in the meanwhile, Team Flash, they actually spot out the players at the start of 52. They're getting third-parted. Unfortunately, RONDO are not going to let them live. Flash, they want to take down anyone and everyone. Now they're, redirecting their focus on the players of RONDO, and they will actually get one. But can they finish it? They want that finish, and yes, there you go. Point for Bows. Thanks to Delta. Team Flash once again starting their hunt. They're on the hunt. They're on the prowl. And it is the side of RONDO. Unfortunately, the victims and also the player on the side of 52 as well. Another knock coming in. Zeus with the M4 mid-range. They will take it. 3 points right now as the revival will come in yet again from the side of 52. There's only one player standing. Will be up to 2 now as the revival will come in. But they have to be really cautious as Flash. They are closing it.
Yeah, definitely seems like the case, and look at this. 2 fights going on at the map. Team Flash are going to be dealing with that to Esports, and the shotgun continues. Zeus is the shotgun and rifle user as well, and 1 HP on the player 52, and yeah, that's really going to be it from 52, I believe. How many members do they have alive? 1, and that should be giving enough time to Team Flash to get their knocked teammate out back on his feet. 5 eliminations already to be seen. That's really nice. That's really nice. Team Flash on the comeback up. Good stuff to be seen, and that is gonna be, well, AG Slumber being completely wiped out from the map, and 52 Esports only having 1 remaining. Let's talk about that. Once again, Paragen is under fire, under heavy fire actually. Using the bandages on the way and having to run away instantly.
And I think that is, the reason why they were unable to perform today. Because they're being shut down. And by they, I mean Paragen especially. Like today, he's being targeted. And
Yeah.
I mean, I think everyone understands that, decisive has to be their biggest threat in terms of, the team coming out on top. And I think everyone kind of, not exactly, but kind of found the syndicate against them at this point. And everyone's like, we need to make sure that, it doesn't really matter who comes out on top. We just need to make sure it's not decisive. Because the thing is, once decisive steps in and they have that momentum, they're not letting it go. They will keep on pushing and, they will keep applying pressure where it hurts and until they come out on top as well. RIQ. He will have his teammates back up, but in the meanwhile, GFSTY, he's going to get taken down.
Long range fights, long range shots being fired.
Hamburg Lamborghini will get that finally. Xavier, some points for them. Now, I did not expect to actually be happy when they actually got 1 point. Well, I am right now. They got one. Will they be able to steal this? Yes. Levi's. I'm sorry. I mean, it could go both ways, I guess. But they will get another one. He actually stole that one. You gotta admit. Or I believe was the one trying to go for that play. But now it's just in the vicinity. You're alone, and there's nothing you can do, Lewis, anymore. He's gonna get taken down. Now there's only Lamborghini. Unfortunately,
That's
not in the
such an
Lamborghini.
interesting way to come down. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Okay, one more. Yep.
I mean, he's lucky he's in a buggy. I mean, it could take a bit of, a hit or two.
It can take a bit of beating. And well, even if it can take a beating, DX apparently cannot. They have taken a lot of damage, and only have one player remaining. Team Flash. Oh boy! Look at that! Oh, this is revenge. This is revenge, Edge. They were the one beating 52, and now 52 are back at them.
With only 2 players as well. Like, it was a 2v4, and all of a sudden it's a 1v2. It's still in the favor of 52 right now. Alright, Esports, they're the only one standing. It's going to be Sleepy. No Fear 911. Unfortunately, I believe is disconnected. So this is going to be a 1v52 for the side of Alright Esports at the moment. EA. They lost 1. And I believe this is going to be the game where they actually just play, for that consistency rather than just going for some heroic plays. Because right now they're already a man down with only 1 elimination, 30-minute mark just up, and Rondo is one of those maps where they're really, really good at, and I think they're positioning themselves in a way that they kind of think is safe. And also the circle prediction now coming in, it is going to be smooth, and that's a drastic move. EA, they have to start moving again on the map.
Well, DX not looking very good on the number of eliminations there, but I'm just happy to see them alive.
Oh, they recalled again. I mean, Lamborghini successfully got all 3 of his teammates.
Yeah, that's why these teams are kind of, approaching that play style of, maybe 3 fighting at once and just keeping one guy really far away so he can go back to the recall stations. Yeah, that's how Esports were able to damage FL again. And if you can see, Team Flash, FL still have one guy alive, so recall definitely is possible.
True. Now the player on side of EA there as well, trying to recall the only player that went down. Unfortunately, he's gonna get taken down as well. The play zone will be restricted in 25 seconds now, 22 actually. Alright, Esports, will he be able to do anything? That's a cool looking horse though, I have to admit. Cool looking right there. Yep, there it is. It's absolutely beautiful to watch this. I mean, the skins on some of these players are just ridiculous. I mean, not just in terms of rarity, but also in just terms of just how it looks. And I mean, I understand they don't add anything to the gameplay, but come on, we all know it does.
It adds the cool factor, But right now, I'm looking at some teams losing their cool because FaZe Clan is now taking a fight onto Voin, who have especially not been able to do very, very well. Potato's going to be taking a lot of damage from the nade, down to, well, almost actually more than half HP. Oh boy. First hit out. Another nade by Canary. Is going to be taking one out. Knockdown after knockdown. 2 knocks already on Voin. Voin once again in a real pitch right now. Comes to 5. Is going to be fighting out Canary. Has dealt a lot of damage on the other side. We are still seeing knockouts after knockout coming through. He's going to be finishing both of the kills, leaving only 2 of Voin's alive. Nade is perfectly cut, but Canary is going to be making it out of time. Just in the nick of time, in fact. Oh boy. FaZe. How much more are you going to damage these guys? These guys have barely been able to do anything.
Ooh. 17 teams, 55 players right now. The only one out of the equation At the moment, it's just AZ Slumber, and that was kind of unfortunate as well coming in. Boy Esports, another team that had high hopes, and they gave us all high hopes, of course. And the expectations are pretty huge, especially from Zeta. He has been the star performer along with Akaza, if you ask me. And both these players are the only ones surviving right now. Zeta 5, he's going to be on his knees, bleeding right now. As Akaza, he's going to be trying to maybe see if he can actually go for the revival with Vampire in the vicinity. Along with Exospear, they have to be careful. One Esports, Akaza, the only thing he can try right now is maybe get a frag or two before he actually eventually gets taken down, because there's no way in hell he's helping his teammate Zeta right now. But Zeta, there you go. I was gonna say maybe because he was already closing in on his teammate Akaza there, but no, that's not gonna be the case. And Akaza, I believe, may have given up his position as well in the end.
Definitely must have, but now, yeah, Vampire is just gonna be dipping, I believe. That definitely seems like the smarter strategy to them for now. Red Bull is staying. Red Bull is not leaving. Well, eventually he does. They have to get back into the circle eventually, and that just leaves Canary and Cause of 5 in these compounds. They are gonna have to fight it out. It's gonna be funny how this encounter is gonna end, because both of these teams clashed against each other, leaving only the two of these alive. Cause of 5 now up about and crawling here and there. There's now a heavy fire from Exosphere. Those sprays are strong. They're not gonna be letting these guys go anytime soon, anywhere. There you go.
Grenades are raining in, and Parajin once again in jeopardy. I mean, they did bump up their numbers from 1 to 4, but it's still not good enough. At least not good enough for the standards that these Xavier have set. Parajin is gonna get taken down as well, and Nate, he is gonna be the only one standing yet again. And Exospear, they might be just waiting for him to come out in the open. And Nate, yeah, beautiful move here, trying to take down the players, but he's not gonna be, getting those finishes as of now. At the moment, he's just still gonna be making his way back into the zone, as it's really, really far away. He does have a few medkits to work with, so he should be able to, make it back in time. As Hora, they get eliminated in position number 17 with 5 eliminations. It's Sem9 taking down the side of Team Secret now, or is it? Is the question. As the Incendiary comes in, Molotov burns a little, and, well, good grenade there. In the meanwhile, one get eliminated. Once again, unfortunate performance coming in from them.
Yeah, definitely would be the case now. Sem9 pretty damaged. One guy's knocked, only one guy alive, running about, and he has to get one of his teammates back on his feet, and we're not quite sure if that's going to be happening or not. There we go. Sem9 is now finally eliminated. They're only going to be walking out with 4 eliminations and no real survival points this time around. Frenzy, cooking nades, throwing them around. No real damage dealt so far, but they do have Team Secret to deal with. That nade is going to be doing a lot of damage. The house on the right side of Frenzy, shotgun out is going to be dealing a lot of damage, getting the first knock and trying to find out the other guy, and I think that's about it for Team Secret. Yes, sir, it is. Team Secret has been eliminated from the server now, and that is only going to be leaving 10 teams alive and 25 players remaining on all of the teams. Interestingly, it's really interesting how this map is panning out so far, because the way that especially the exact teams that are being eliminated are really interesting. I mean, sure, the bottom teams getting eliminated early on, they're already having an unlucky run, but Sem9 and REQ this time around getting eliminated early on, and that's going to be paving the way for teams like Todak and Team Flash, and even teams like Tribe Iramacy, who have been doing really well. I mean, hey, all these teams, oh, never mind. As I say, the only one member remaining from Team Flash also going to be gone. So yeah, that's really going to be paving the way for the other teams that have really, a lot of potential but haven't really been able to make it up until this point. So yeah, this is their time to shine, really.
Could be their time to shine. Could be, them just coming out on top. But for now, it is gonna be Talon getting taken down from the side by the side of Vampire, as Vikings, they get eliminated as well. Don't you top 16, 16 players still in the server. Todak, what can you do? This is a fight you want to take against Tribe Aromacy and FaZe and Talon in the vicinity. This could turn out to be deadly, as the stage 6 will be closing out in a minute. So the circle will be playing a huge part as well. Will be the factor that that actually pushes out one of the teams out of the buildings or the cover. As a matter of fact, they have to move out because the zone is going to be shrinking again. As Todak, they are trying to converge onto these players on the side of everyone, actually. As a matter of fact, Todak right now in the third position. We don't have 7-9 and RIQ anymore in the server. There's Talon and Tribe Aromacy, who could actually try to go for those top 3 positions right now. But Todak with 7 eliminations already, they're looking really, really strong and confident.
Definitely really confident on their side, and with now 6 teams remaining, they have to keep their confidence up and pull through. Krypton, eyes on Vampire. Vampire already taking a lot of damage. Where are you gonna take that buggy, buddy?
17 seconds on the clock doesn't come into play, as the Alter Ego players, they have a good spot here. Cute little ledge here. And he could actually, put that to good use. In the meanwhile, FaZe and the side of Tribe Aromacy are going against each other. And well, somehow the side of FaZe, actually, he's going to be eliminated. Todak are going to be making their way back into safety as Frenzy gets taken out. Kieran's already bleeding right now. Nate trying to deal a bit of damage here onto the players on the side of Tribe, I believe. And Tribe, they have to be cautious. They do have 3 players standing right now. Todak, they don't have a lot to work with. They only have 1 more. As another player actually hits the deck, it all comes down to 9. Now trying to take down everyone. 3 grenades is all he has in terms of utility. And those grenades will be coming into play as he will be going for the resurrection. I mean, by that I mean revival, of course. And Alter Ego, they could actually join this fight and take him down. The revival will come in just in the nick of time. And they are going to be going for the fight immediately. Nane is out in the open yet again, cooking up a grenade. Has to be cautious, has to be careful. Pulls out the shotgun, trying to run up close and personal, trying to deal any more damage. Maybe take 1 dump, get an extra point. Todak, now the only one standing is Nane. Gets 1. Will he go for the formation immediately? He tries to go for that one, but Alter Ego, they're causing a lot of trouble here for him. He can't actually go for that information just yet. On the other part of the map, the other team just fighting right now. That's Vampire and Tribe Aromacy. But Nane, he's going to be taking a lot of damage thanks to the blue zone, combined with the damage dealing. Damage dealt by the side of Tribe Aromacy. They will actually lose a player as well as Tribe. They are taking down the players on the side of Vampire.
Well, 3 fights at the same time going on onto the map. Not a lot of teams remaining, only 3 now. All of these pretty much have information on each other, a lot of information on each other, in fact. 2 down on 1 and 3 down on 1 team. Only 1 guy remaining on Todak. He sees, and he's not stopping, and he's not reluctant, and he's not hesitant of taking the fights. He is going all out with it. Really low HP, and he's going to be losing his life to the play zone, leaving only 2 teams alive now. And there we go. We have the split screen POV now. Oh, that nade was deadly. That's definitely going to be demanding. That's definitely going to be warranting Alter Ego to heal themselves up before going to a fight up against Tribe Aromacy. Tribe Aromacy having the numbers advantage here, are definitely going to be having an advantage. And yep, using exactly that, they are going to be pushing on to Alter Ego. Krypton behind a rock is now currently cooking an 80. He sees 1, and he's going to be throwing at the perfect timing. There we go, the knockout coming through. Oh, the other guy is going to be getting a vehicle knockout. Yes, sir, and only 1 remaining now. They can do it. They definitely can. And what an amazing play here. Tribe Aromacy, despite having the advantage, are going to be losing to a team who just I mean, hey, a grenade knock and a vehicle knock? Are you kidding me? Come on. Come on, Alter Ego. You cannot just pull this. You cannot pull this on a team that has definitely, I mean, odds are against you, but somehow you do something like this. Even one of your teammates even got low. I mean, he had to go back and heal himself back up, but then he was like, oh, hey, I have a vehicle. I can just go ram 1 down, and while my teammates knocks 1 out with a grenade. Absolutely insane. Are you kidding me? Well, what a clutch. I mean, you should really, just kind of call it a clutch because, hey, there were three teams there and you just kind of, taking one out from one team and then, for moving forward to the other one. Yeah, just amazingly played. What a chicken dinner.
I, I was gonna say that it's about time that Tribe Messi got that chicken dinner. I mean, I could say the same for Alter Ego as well. It's been something that they've been waiting and well deserved as well. Obviously, they do deserve to have that chicken dinner. But that play, come on, that grenade being cooked. For a second, I thought maybe he could get a little too long. I thought he was gonna explode in his own hand, but then he popped it at the right time, and then the vehicle just comes in out of nowhere, like boom, in your face. That knock was brilliant to watch and witness, and of course, Alter Ego, they're gonna be, I'm pretty sure they're gonna be giggling about it. They're gonna be happy about it. That was some next level strat coming in, and some good, really good teamwork there between those two last surviving players. That was very, very important because if they would have mistimed any of those things would have gone the other way because of the man advantage to the side of Tribe Aromacy had over them.
Yeah, definitely is the case. And right now we have our eyes in front of the Chicken Nerd team, their stats. And it's going to be, first of all, Krypton, of course, with 900 damage, the heaviest hitter of them all. And then it's going to be, well, Moana with 542 damage dealt, 2 eliminations in total. Badru, 590 damage, really good. 4 eliminations to be seen from that damage done. Well, the last player is gonna be Rosemary, I believe. Yeah, he's not gonna be able to, secure a lot of damage for himself. But hey, I believe he would have been a really contributing member to his team, regardless, just because of his positioning and just because of his presence. So yeah, overall, really nice stats, really nice numbers to be seen from these guys. I believe these stats stack up to 11 kills in total or something like that. But hey, look at this! The MVP of this game is gonna be a player from Tribe Aromacy. I'm not gonna take my attempt on pronouncing that name. I'm gonna be giving it to, I mean, hey, if you consider that X, I believe it's Keontae. Could be. But yeah, 1100 damage dealt in total just by a single guy. I mean, sure, those eliminations seem to be a little low, but 1100 damage is huge. And I mean, hey, 1100 damage dealt in total, you probably are helping your teammates a lot in getting those kills, and that's probably what got Tribe Aromacy to the end of the game. I mean, they are gonna be ending at the number 2 spot. Sure, maybe not the 10 points for the chicken dinner, but still they are gonna be receiving the 6 points. And if they were able to get a lot of eliminations throughout the game, it might just even out at the end.
Definitely, and here we go, the top 5 players. It kind of tells you that everyone was just trying their best. Everyone was trying to come out on top at the end. Krypton from the side of Alter Ego with 5, Sleepy from Hora with 4, RIQ had one player with 4 eliminations as well, and Canary from the side of FaZe had 4 as well. And I mean, I'm pretty sure there are other players as well who did really good, and by that I mean a couple of players on the side of Vampire. Flash was also trying to get that lead back, get that advantage back, but unfortunately they could not snap up, just not enough. They did well, but just not well enough to actually take that place back from the other sides.
Yeah, definitely is the case. And now, good numbers to be seen overall from all of these players. We didn't see a single number below 500 damage. And finally, we now have the teams to watch in front of our eyes. Tribe Aromacy, 12 eliminations, 2.9k damage dealt in total. That is more than any team in this game, I believe. 10 eliminations coming in from RRQ. Really nicely done. These guys have been showing up consistently so far. 2.2k damage in total. Alter Ego are going to be coming in with 11 eliminations and 2.1k damage. Talon also 10 eliminations, 2k damage. Amazing performance throughout by all of these teams. I mean, hey, 12, 10, 11, 10. Good eliminations. These guys have been doing a lot. I mean, hey, just these 4 teams were able to wipe out more than 40 members. Almost 43. I think, yeah, 43 members in total of the game, all by themselves. So yeah, these guys were the beasts of this match, and they did a lot. They were killing everywhere. I mean, sure, a lot of these eliminations were simply just players being recalled afterwards. Oh, look at that!
Do you see?
Look at
do you see what I see?
Yeah, I see what I see what you're seeing. Oh my god, that is a huge. I think, okay, yeah, the last time we crossed 10k, I believe, right?
This
Okay, yeah,
one knocks it out of the
14K has
water.
been, yeah, okay. I'm just gonna pull out my notebook and just, crossing that 10K out and writing out the 14K now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now crossed 14K total healing done. Yeah, insane. I can't even imagine how you managed to do that, because how much damage it just, no, 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 no. I'm not gonna try to do the mental processing. But hey, another number that surprises me here is obviously the 8 grenade eliminations. That's a lot of eliminations just by the grenades, and even by the end, we saw, I mean, a really crucial knockout coming through just by a grenade. So yeah, good util usage overall. Other than that, 109 total eliminations, a lot of recalls being made, and yeah, a big number of eliminations there. Longest eliminations is going to be going to the Lamborghini from the Xavier, 322 meters. Not that long, but not that
I think
short
it's the one
either.
we actually witnessed, from the top. It was on a hill. It was like on a decent ledge
Oh,
there, I
oh
believe.
yeah, 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 and then he was coming down. Yeah, has to
Yep.
be, has to be. You're right about it. Has to be that. But with that, we are now finally on the match rankings and how the kind of points teams are going to be walking away. So, what do you think, Edge?
I mean, I think I would like to focus on the teams at the bottom. I mean, let's start with EA first. 1, Wine, 1, AZ Slumber, 2, Vikings, 3, 794, Aura, 52, and DX with only 5. Exosphere, Team Secret, Phase, 7, Vampire, 8, RIQ, Flash, 10, RIQ, and Flash, once again, massive, massive elimination. Number of eliminations there. Unfortunately, no real, position points for them. Kodak with 13, Talon with 14, and Tribe Aromas, you once again, good balance between both eliminations and placement point. They get 18, and Alter Ego, well, they were, that last play was phenomenal, but apart from that, they were also mind blowing. 21 total points for them, coming in with 11 eliminations and 10 placement points, of course, thanks to the chicken dinner that they get. But once again, directing our focus to the bottom, Wine, I come on, man. I mean, this is unacceptable right now. This is going off, and at the same time, this Xavier as well. 5 points is not enough. Yes, you're not at the bottom anymore. You're not with 0, but 5 is not what we expect of you, especially after that run in the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely is the case. I'm seeing greater things coming in from D Xavier as well. I mean, hey, they do have time to work around and rethink their strategies, and they probably will have. I mean, hey, we do have a lot of maps to go through even after today, so they're gonna have to, they're gonna have the time to rethink their strategies and come back in the game. But for now, let's focus on the overall rankings, and let's give us and all of you an idea of how much D Xavier have to climb. Sem9 right now still holding on to the first spot, 47 points in total. RRQ catching up with 43. Todak right below, RRQ with 42 points. Alter Ego 39. Talon Esports equaling Alter Ego at 39 as well. Tribeiro Messi just slightly below with Team Flash there, 37 and 37 both. Team Flash, they were pretty soaring high after the first 2 games, but now they've fallen down below the 7th point. Of course, these changes are expected. Team Secret are now catching up as well, 28 point for Team Secret and E-Arena both. Interesting. The other half is actually a little too far away right now from what you really expect, right? And the second half also has big names. You have Vampire Esports, you have 52 Esports, you have Vikings, you have Xavier, you have Face Clan, you have Exosphere, you have AZ Slumber, you have Voin Esports. These guys were, as Ed said, these guys were doing so well in the playoffs, and they were just they were such a dominance in the playoffs. And right now we're just receiving a different kind of performance from these guys. So yeah, the point difference is currently off roughly about of 20 points, 20 more, and these guys are going to be in the top spot. But of course, the teams that are already there are just not going to magically lose their points. They are going to keep those points, and in fact are going to be gaining more on top of that. So yeah, the competition is only going to be increasing by the maps that are played, and we still have, I believe, 2 more maps to go for today, and we're going to be these teams are the amount of eliminations that they're able to get in every game, in every map, it's only just going to go on increasing. So, yeah, the Xavier and all the other teams that I mentioned in the other half of the rankings, a lot of work to be done. You guys are putting this on yourself, and you're going to have to bounce back from it as well. So, yeah, it's only your responsibility. It's like me and Edge are both pointing at you and saying that, don't tell me I didn't tell you so. So, it's kind of that situation right now.
Definitely. I mean, you've been warned. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
By us, by all of the viewers as well. I'm pretty sure, and by yourself as well. I mean, I'm pretty sure we could be the ones speculating here. We could say all the things that we want, but at the end of the day, it's the players and the teams that have to, focus on themselves, try to be better, game in, game out, game after game, day after day, practice, and also capitalize on their mistakes. I mean, there's two ways you could look at it. I mean, you could just be sad about, you not performing, or you could just take it in a positive way and see what you could improve and come back stronger. And I think that is what the side of RRQ has done. I mean, playoffs, nothing was going in their way. I mean, they barely made it to the grand finals, but now they're performing, with a good consistency. I don't want to say great, but it is good consistency that is keeping up at bay. Keeping them at bay on position number two. They could be, the first team to actually hit the number 50 frags, I believe. They're already on 33, the only team that has crossed 30 kills as of now. So that is something I'm looking out for, and I kind of still am hoping for that comeback coming in from the side of Hora Esports, because they are the second fan favorite team, and hopefully they, live up to the hype and give the fans what they are, eagerly waiting for.
Yeah, definitely would be the case, and I mean, sure, the fans are probably just really, looking forward to see the performances coming in from their favorite teams. I mean, it's not even just a specific team that we're talking about here, right? I mean, they probably are expecting the performances. All of the fans from different teams are expecting their team to step up, and yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I've been, here and now, I've been opening up our stream chat and stuff, and yeah, I see a lot of enthusiasm coming in from everyone, and I'm sure all of the teams have a lot of fans here, and all of them are supporting them with equal enthusiasm, and all of them just equally want to see all of them step up. So yeah, we're gonna see how it ends up being. But with that being said, Rondo being played out and the chicken dinner being taken away by Alter Ego, we haven't exactly seen a double chicken dinner come through today. And with that, we only are left with two more maps to go for today, which are going to be Erangel and Miramar. And we're going to be moving on to Erangel up next. Already has been played once today. It was won by Team Secret. Can it be done again by Team Secret, or would it be some other team? That is for time to tell. But the real thing is, which team is really able to, manipulate their strategy of, surviving for long enough and also getting those elimination points as they need. So yeah, we're gonna see how these teams actually end up affecting the overall rankings. And once again, we have seen a lot of teams being really proactive. I mean, hey, I can't even. It would be the same picture if I were to say. I mean, hey, I would remember something if, like, sure, a team was doing really well on a wrangle in playoffs and they're still doing just as well on a wrangle in the playoffs, but it's an entirely different picture, right? So there was the team that was doing really well in playoffs isn't exactly doing that well anymore. It's the different kind of teams now that are doing super well, and the other teams are having a little bit of a difficult time. So you can't, I just really can't say what to expect anymore. It's like a really unexpected outcome that's going to be made. Maybe it's sure. Maybe we see once again one of the dominant team come out at the top again, or maybe it's once again, a team like Team Secret, or maybe once again it's Sem9 or maybe RRQ. So yeah, you really can't tell. The way that these guys have been playing, you really can't tell with anything.
Definitely. You can't really predict anything that is going on today, as a matter of fact, if you ask me. I mean, this grand finals is just it's going everywhere. I mean, we started off with Tora coming out on top, then Secret, then Sem9, then Alter Ego. There's absolutely no pattern, yeah, that is being I don't want to say followed, but any pattern, any dots that could be visible, they would have been visible if we could actually tell which were the teams that are going to be coming out on top. But this time around, this is very unpredictable. Any team could do it, and by any team, I mean every team, even the ones at the bottom right now. I mean, the Wine, there's Hora Esports there as well. There is the Xavier that we are all still hoping, praying, waiting to see. Some really 30-40 bomber game. I mean, they're capable of a 40 bomber game. Yes, it's kind of insane to ask for it, but I mean, if there's any team that can do it, it's the Xavier.
Yeah, definitely is the case. If there is any team, I'm just going to reiterate you, it is going to be the Xavier. So back on Erangel once again for today. The teams are going to be dropping, and we're going to be having the playing line in front of us soon enough. Let's see how it goes. Let's see where it goes.
Fifth map of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and this is an important one as well, because now we are about to end the day. After this, there's only Miramar left, so you need to make sure that you have some good rest and good sleep. And for that, you want to kind of end the day on a good note. When talking about good note, what the hell is that flight path?
That's one of the most interesting one paths I've ever seen. I mean, hey, kind of go through between the waters, so you just get to decide if you want to go into the main island or you want to go to the military base. No, or if you just want to, drop straight down and go to Ferry Pier. And I believe the way these areas is moving, they are definitely going to Ferry Pier. They dropped out early, or oh, never mind. They're just going to be taking on the compounds in the middle. Okay, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Makes sense. The rest of the teams, we are seeing a lot of drops around Milta Power, some towards the southern side. Interestingly, there's also a team that opted to go towards Novo. Interesting drops to be seen, interesting drops to be made overall, and we're going to be seeing where it all goes.
I mean, it just feels like there's no team that is going to be even making to the northern hemisphere of the map. Like, they're not even going, they're not even going to move towards that, is what it looks like right now. It would be really amazing if the circle somewhere around, Zarki or Stauber. I mean, it's kind of in between both. It is going up. It is going up north, but not severely towards Severny. But let's see how things go. As of now, there's a bit of water in it as well, and there's still stage 1, so which means you have around 10 minutes to work with the circle, and that gives enough time for all the teams and all the players to go for a strategy that they think is going to be good. But for now, that military base, I mean, Talon, and there is another team, I believe. There, can't really see. Is it Triveromyces player? Because I believe if he is, then he's gonna be in a lot of trouble because Talon's surrounding him. Anyway, going ahead with the fights there. It is secret losing their player actually to the player on the side of Talon, but I don't know if the blue chip could actually be secured there in the meanwhile. This area with only 3 players coming into this server, into this map. This is not looking good for them. We're actually up with 16 teams right now. I would like to see the teams that have not made it right now. I kind of don't understand this as well. Like, it's the grand finals. Like, how can you not show up for grand finals? Like, this is the holy grail. This is what you've been waiting for the entirety of the tournament. Everyone is dying to make it to the top 18 to play the grand finals, if not win, but to at least showcase your skills to the best of your ability. And unfortunately, that is not going to be the case for the 2 of the teams. But if they get eliminated really early, I don't think that's the case, right? I have not seen any eliminations as of now in terms of team. But yes, Xavier with only 3 players coming into the server, they're going to be going a little slower, a little easy on aggressiveness, at least, if I'm not wrong. But let's see how they move around the map, because they are the kings of Pochinki as of now. The other teams, surrounding them, not very nearby, but Vikings, Stoudek, they could actually come in. Sedman also could make their way into Pochinki while they're on the rotations. But for now, Talon, Voin, and one of the players on the side of Tribe Aeromisi, they're going to be the players to watch out for, because they're on the military base, that big island, secluded one, of course. When they have to make their way back in, it's going to be important. Wait, okay, so it is not Tribe Aeromisi, I'm sorry. It is a side of Team Secret, actually, there next to Talon. And Team Secret, they are losing players, unfortunately.
They
Circle?
definitely are losing players.
I mean, I like the circle here, Holler.
I mean, hey, if it's a circle that makes people, go around the map, rotate a lot more, and ends up making them engage, it's always a good circle, because that just shifts the entire dynamic of the game, the entire perspective the players approach the game. You have to be a lot more conscious of what you're really doing. What is ATI spraying at? Absolutely nothing. Maybe just practicing his aim a little. Mid-game warm-up. But be as it may, yeah. I mean, he's just really. I mean, there's a crack in the wall. He's just trying to pass his bullet through it. All right, buddy. We see you. But yeah, as I was saying, they're just really, secluded in Pachinko right now, and that's kind of the second time we're seeing this happening. The last wrangle was pretty much the same as well. That's what these guys were doing too. Oh! Look at that! There's a knockout over here. What's happening over here? Why is there a player knocked? Oh boy, they're going up against Team Secret this early on in the game. Should be able to get the revive in, but there's a player from Team Secret approaching. I don't think he's gonna be able to make it in time though for the finish kill, and the other members of Talon Esports are a bit far away. He's going to be dropping a first aid. Should be able to get him self-healed in no time, but will they be able to find the player from Team Secret? I mean, hey, he's all alone. He's on top of the rooftop, and he's in the best position to, spot all these guys, but he's been spotted. The information is out. The nade is there. The damage has been dealt. He's trying to get a pick, but, well, he's surrounded by 3 Talon players right now, and the nades are going to be surrounding him as well. Sooner or later, should be, getting bombed. Yeah, really low HP, and it's just going to be burned to death by the molly. Yeah, but that Team Secret has just left the server yet again.
Unfortunate. They're gone. Base didn't show up, I believe. Oh, actually, they were taken down. I'm sorry. So everyone did show up. Pretty early. I probably missed it because I did not see it pop up on my screen at least. Did not see Exospear also getting taken down, but Horror get 4. Tribero Messi once again have gotten 4. Talon, I believe, were the ones taking down the side of Team Secret with 4 eliminations there. Secret with only 1 point into this one. They're not going to be happy about it, but AZ Slumber, another team that we have not talked about much in today's grand finals especially, is because they're just not doing what they do. In the playoffs, AZ Slumber were everywhere. In the fights, on the scoreboard, on the overall standings. Today, they're just the ones getting taken down. Today, it's all about Sem9, RRQ, and Todak. And probably Flash, I'm sorry. But you have to give credit to Flash.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Now we have Xavier nearby to Esports. They do seem like they... I mean, hey, of course, sure. The bullets they're firing, 52 Esports, definitely aware of their presence and probably thinking about how to go on about the situation. Nobody really engaging right now. Just trying to get information. Definitely sees Paris. Opening fire would be revealing his position. He's probably waiting for a better opportunity to take the kill, because that would just make Paragen run away and not really confirm a knockout.
Well, it's time for the potential chill part, the chill phase of the map, but probably after this fight. This is gonna be inevitable. Rozok now is gonna be, the battlefield for both of these teams, 52 and Xavier. Both of these teams, this fight is very important because 52, they're not having a good time as well, and Xavier, they're not having a good day, as a matter of fact. And Xavier, 2 knocks immediately. Lewis is in a good spot. Smokes are going to be deployed. The grenade is being cooked. 52 now in a bit of a mix here because they have 2 players down on their knees already, and the grenades are just raining in. Players are going to be coming in up close and personal as well, as the confirmation comes in by one of the players on the side of Xavier. And Alter Ego joins the party actually. They get 1. The grenades are knocking. 52, they retaliate by getting 1 knock, but that's about it. Alter Ego now joins the party. How is this going to help the side of Xavier, or is this going to be a mistake? Is this a mistake by 52? Yes, it is. They should not have taken this fight. They chew off more than they could actually swallow, unfortunately. As Alter Ego now, they could, maybe put their focus now on Xavier, as they're the only one standing. Parajin, unfortunately, not able to do anything today. No frags whatsoever in this match as well. With 3 eliminations, Xavier with only 3 players. I would like to say the favorites, but they're actually, not, unfortunately, with that man disadvantage, especially.
Yeah, they definitely don't seem like they are the favorites right now. And well, look at this. Oh, interesting. This is you were right. This is a very interesting circle. It's favoring the northern side of the map, which we don't usually get to see, and we might just end up in like somewhere, maybe Serenity or maybe in shooting range would be one of the most exciting circles if I've ever seen one, or if I've ever been in one myself. Because the terrain is just really, really, really open with nothing to really work around with. But look at this. Vikings going down to CA, and here you have Hora opening fire onto Alter Ego. Alter Ego, one man down, is going to be finished off, and a buzz kill by the shotgun. Hora circling around like vultures. Should be able to finish off.
They will go for their,
I mean, yeah,
well
that's the smartest move to make in the situation before you actually go on to finish off the downed enemies. Moana also finished off. And, well, Alter Ego seems like they have been dealt a lot of damage by these guys. Hora doing really well for themselves. 7 kills, look at that. That's exactly what we were kind of, expecting, or at least wanting from these guys. They're definitely going to be pushing themselves up the spot a little, but E-Arena on the other side of the map is going to be opening, pretty much suppressing fire on that vehicle.
E-Arena already lost one of the players. There are 2 players on their knees. And I believe E-Arena right now are in a bit of a mix. Rin is the only one standing. He will make sure to take away his McLaren, the F1 version, of course, out of this area, out of danger as of now. As Alter Ego, they're going to get eliminated. Unfortunately, after the chicken dinner, we expected them to perform better, but unfortunately, it's the other way around now. Satria is the only one standing with the side of Semnan as well. Their position on the top 1 spot could be in danger if they get taken down right now here, because Tora, Talon, and RIQ, they're not really far away in terms of points, in terms of that difference between Sem9 and them. So the number 1 spot is going to be in jeopardy if Satria just goes down right now, because all he has is 1 elimination and not a lot of players to work with as well. He has already left his teammates behind. There is no more revival coming into play as Hora. They are deciding if they want to go for this fight. The player now has to make a decision. These Xavier, come on. I know they're having a tough time right now. I mean, that doesn't mean you take them lightly. As now Hora, they might be paying the price here. There's 1 more player standing and there's no fear. Can he retaliate? Can he go for this revenge play here? He definitely can. But how many players can he save? Okay, he can save 2 more. Oh, that is actually impressive. I actually thought maybe, he could not go for maybe more than 1 player, but no fear. With 5 eliminations now, the shotgun coming in clutch. Sleepy is gone, unfortunately. But the other 2 players, they will be back on their feet, thanks to No Fear 911.
Looking really, really good for these guys, and yeah, definitely, as you said, No Fear 911 doing wonders for Hora out here. Hora have now upped their numbers of elimination up to 10, and that is really, really good, and it's going to be serving them really nicely in the long run, especially if they're able to make it to the top 5, top 4, get those survival points in, and combined with the elimination points, it's going to end up with the, a nice overall ranking points to take away with. But even right now, even despite having 14 minutes pass in the game, we still have 12 teams alive, 35 total players in the game. And it's going to be a little while before we actually reach to the end of the game, so yeah. Easy Slumber really far away in the play zone. They have... Oh boy, look at where you're going, buddy. Rammed into a tree. Probably was focused on something else, team comms and stuff.
Probably. Information being relayed is going to be important. And if you take a look at the circle as well, there's so many teams really far away, and especially Voin, right? I mean, you can see Voin, RRQ, Talon, they're making their way back to the main island as we speak, which could, turn out to be an advantage and disadvantage at the same time. The advantage is 3 teams are already in the top 12, which means except Talon, I believe they took down Team Secret. Apart from them, the other 2 teams, Voin and RRQ, they avoided conflict for as long as possible. They did not take any fights at all. And they probably have, the best loot among the rest of the teams that are already in the circle right now, because of the fact that military base was all theirs, and they also had some time to farm towards farm area, of course, the side of RRQ. But Talon, they're really far away now. This is kind of concerning. Stage 3 circle will be coming into play, but this second stage circle, will they have enough time to make enough space, actually, not even time, enough space to actually make it back into that stage 3 circle right now, because that Rozok is going to be heavily crowded by the time RRQ Point and 7-9 make it back there.
Definitely seems to be the case, but look at this. A player from Arena is now currently being chased by Vampire Esports. They're on different buggies and they're chasing them down like it's Fast and Furious. One of them is going to be taking hideout in a compound, but probably are going to be hunted down by Vampire Esports soon enough. Yeah, there we go. They're circling him now, trying to get a pick onto him. One of them is going to be landing real close. Pulls out the shotgun, trying to get a pick, trying to get his peek out. Trying to make him to get him to peek, and he's just holding the angle, but what can he really do up against so many enemies? And that's going to be the end of E-Arena, with the last guy who was standing is now wiped out, and it's going to be elimination for these guys by Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports finally showing up as well with one elimination. Finally one elimination. But at least one is something for these guys. And it's really good, honestly, because, hey, if you see the top team, 7-9, TDK, all of them have only one elimination each and only one guy remaining. So they're really just playing it out for the survival points at this point. So yeah, it's really nice that Vampire Esports is still, in the game with all 4 of their members intact. And that just increases their chances, just like AG Slumbers and RRQ, to, get up to the top and survive until the very end and maybe even get a chicken dinner. So yeah, these 3 teams are doing it out really well. I would say that Team Flash, Hora especially with their eliminations, the number of eliminations that they have, and still having 3 members alive is huge, right? They still have a good chance to, making it to the end, and still have, even if not, they still have good amount of eliminations to work around with, to, good amount of eliminations to take away with. So yeah, a really nice dynamic that has been formed so far. 17 minutes into the game, 11 teams still alive. It's just you really can't see the outcome of where this is going. All of these teams are taking different approaches. All of them are almost already inside the zone. It's probably only about a matter of time before the next stage of this game is formed, and then we're gonna see where all the teams have to move.
The rotations, and as we've already talked about it, the IGO calling the rotations and the shots about the match, about the way that the game is supposed to be played, is going to be important. And RRQ with no eliminations, but 4 players standing, I think they're going for those. They're probably waiting to have those 4 players survive till the end, get as many points as possible in terms of placement, because that has been something that they've been struggling with. Right, they have a lot of elimination points, 33 if I'm not wrong, but in terms of position placement, they're not really good. So I think this game, that's probably just going to be playing safe, get as many position points as possible, and then work on the eliminations, because they're good with that. And Hora Esports, on the other hand, now they have to be cautious. They're circling. They're in the enemy territory here, getting with those vehicles coming in. And, well, Viking, the only one standing right now, is going to be Superman. Is he going to be, repositioning is a question, because I don't think there's a lot that they could do. And I see Akaza with the vehicle elimination there. So I believe that was Void. Yeah, Void. They do manage to get themselves one. And now they are focusing on Vampire as well. So the second squad that they're trying to fight in under 1 minute.
Well, the new circle has formed. Teams are now moving into it, eager to get their spots and lock down their positions as nicely as they can. Once again, it's going to be completely open area, only ridges to take cover in, and yeah, that's really going to be it. It's basically an open road, and wherever the next circle is, it's going to be forcing all of these teams to be pretty much out in the open. No real cover to be seen other than maybe rocks and trees, and maybe, yeah, that's really about it. Or maybe just, ridges with a little bit more elevation. 10 teams still alive, which is really, a surprising factor at this stage of the game. We only have had 8 teams being eliminated so far.
That is quite the number of eliminations already. If you ask me, I mean, 20 minutes. Come on, 20 minutes right now. 27, 26 actually right now on the server with 9 teams. There you go, another team gone as we speak. It is going to be Talon getting taken away by Sem9. The only one standing, actually. There's only one player now standing on the side of Sem9. Alright, Esports. They have 3 on the other hand. 11 eliminations. Is this the match that we've been waiting for? They've already jumped to 10th position at the moment. And yeah, there's still a lot that they could do. They still have a lot of players. A lot of their positioning is also really, really good. And the weapons they have all the ammo that they need in the world. The utility is also pretty decent. They do have enough healing to go for these aggressive push if they want. There's Vikings next to them. I believe Superman is the only one standing. He could actually take him down. No fear 911 if he actually just spots him out. Maybe he will be, going and taking them down right now as Team Flash are in the vicinity. They have to be careful because if Flash spots any of these teams right now, they could actually take advantage of that high ground and take everyone down at the same time.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case. And, zone is going to be closing. It's 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The timer's going to do it for itself. But I'm just a lot more focused on what the teams are actually doing here, because Hora definitely is hyper aware of Sem9's presence there. As they move closer, Hora have kind of gotten themselves really nice positions. Only 2 of the players are outside, and they're going to have to move inside the circle. Try Miramaar. After they're done with the revives and the healings, they're going to have to move into the circle as well. And I don't believe they're going to be greeted with anyone, because the side of circle they're entering from is kind of just open right now. Nobody has their eyes on it, except they are themselves going to be inviting trouble by firing a few shots here and there. I really think that they could have just moved in if they didn't do that. But now, as I said, they have invited trouble for themselves. Perfect pre-fires there. Is going to be landing a bit of damage.
Come on,
sees the vehicle. I mean, hey, we both know how extremely hard it is to land damage from this distance.
I mean, connecting a couple of shots, even, just a couple, dealing a bit of damage is also considered a victory. If you ask me, it's insane. If you're at that range, especially with the momentum of the vehicle there coming in as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not easy, but it's not impossible either. You kind of expect these teams to hit those. But look at this, rig. And that was good. Red Bull gets taken off immediately off the server as well. And Vampire, they're gone. Just like that, down to 8 teams, 21 players. And Tribe Aeromasi, is this going to be the map where they could actually come out on top? They were denied of their chicken dinner last map by the side of Alter Ego. This time, Alter Ego is not in the picture. But there are other teams, regardless, and by other teams, I mean Hora Esports especially, looking like the favorites. And just to say that 911 gets eliminated, Hora down to 2 players now, but they still have 11 eliminations, which is really, really good. Tribero Messi jumps to 2nd position with 7 eliminations right now, with 4 players still standing, along with RIQ. Both of these teams have a really good chance, but here's the thing, RIQ have no eliminations this match. They're playing it really, really safe and really, really passive. AZ Slumber, though, in the meanwhile, trying to maybe go for that play. Oh boy, they're gonna get taken off. At least one of the players inside of RIQ has gotten that finish. AZ immediately gone out of the server as well in 8th position, and now everyone's battling it out. It is the stage 6 circle, and just too many teams in close proximity.
Yeah, Woin is a little far away, but the rest of them are really close to each other. And that, as I said, Woin is now, that one brass player remaining on Void is also going to be eliminated with only 6 teams remaining now. Circle being really small. Team Flash not looking so good either. One of the guy, well, he is going to be finishing it off. Hora 13 eliminations and counting. He is going at it. RRQ in the battlefield too, trying to take a piece of it. Hora constantly cooking the nades, constantly throwing them around, is going to be knocking one out, and that might just finish him off. Well, eventually it will. Shotguns out, he's rushing to it, and there you go. Finishing kill at RRQ coming in as well. Remaining 5 teams now. Oh boy, return fire received from RRQ. Hora in a bit of a pinch right now. Shotguns out, trying to close out the distance between the vehicle and the enemy. Constantly pre-firing, but it's not enough because RRQ is going to be getting the better of him. But there's the backup coming in from Sky. There we go. Return fire is there. It's good. It's going to be getting the knockout at least. But is the revive possible? He needs to come back behind the wall if he needs a revive. But oh boy. RRQ.
Really sure, and I mean, he only has one more grenade to work with. So maybe if he cooks the grenade perfectly, or they actually could come out on top with already 14 finishes. They are looking really, really good. MIRAMAR with 11 as well. On the other hand, they will probably not have the revival coming in. Yep, unfortunately, no. So they will go down to the last two players now. Top 4 teams surviving. Here you go, Hora. Good grenade. The knock is there, but the finish could not be confirmed. Hora, great performance coming in from them. Then the top 4 right now. They get eliminated in 4th position. There is a vehicle elimination in the meanwhile. He's going to be one of the players on the side of MIRAMAR. Now, Sem9 with only one player surviving. RIQ with 2. MIRAMAR with 2 as well. So there's a really good chance that Tribe, they could be the ones coming out on top, getting what's been denied last time around. But Sem9, their positioning is really good. He has not moved. And he is making his way back into the circle as well. But it might be scary as MIRAMAR, I think, has spotted this player out. RIQ could take advantage of this position and the situation.
Yeah, surely seems like it's the case. And well, top 3 teams remaining now after Hora being eliminated, and it's MIRAMAR, Sem9, and RRQ. Love to see Sem9 and RRQ still surviving. Sem9 though, not a lot of good chances because hey, only one guy alive. But on the other 2 teams only had 2 and 2 as well. So if he's kind of able to just run them down to the very end, just third party both of the teams, he definitely has a little bit of chance to himself. And for now, all he really needs to do is just lay low, lay as low as possible. He does have a player from AST, MIRAMAR, really close to him, but it's fine, it's fine. The distance is good enough for making. Yeah, look at that. MIRAMAR is now battling it out, and look at that. Sem9 coming in right at the nick of time is going to be getting the knock for himself and also finishing him off. Getting in yet another kill for himself and also increasing his chances, making it pretty much a 1v1v1, but RRQ is going to be able to get a revive in. Should be able to get the heals in as well. Nades are being thrown now in both directions, in fact. Oh, barely survives. 1 HP on the board. Needs to heal back up once again. RRQ also healing up, getting the medicines in. Getting ready for the next fight that awaits them. Sem9 is going to be able to get that 1 kill, but he's really low HP now, and RRQ knows exactly where he is, and now 2 enemies remaining. Sem9 has to pull this clutch off. They're really making guesses on his position while he repositions behind that ridge as well, taking advantage of the terrain, and he's being constantly bombarded by the nade. Not really taken down yet though. That damage is just not yet enough. He's going to be able to heal back up. This is intense. This is very intense. He's constantly being bombarded by nade. Look at that damage being received constantly. But well, both of the teams are healing back up. Oh, the molly's way too good. The molly is too good, and it's going to be giving RQ. No, yeah, RQ is good.
Oh, but I kind of am sad.
Just too well. Too well. You guys are doing too well. Where are you sad, right?
Oh, Tribe, man, come on. That's the second time they've been so close. And since day 1 of the playoffs, as well as I've been consistently talking about this fact that they were really good. They started off their playoffs journey really strong, but then after that they kind of fell off at the end. And today as well, you could see they barely made it. They almost got that the chicken dinner last time. It was stolen away. Great play from Alpha Ego. This time again, unusual positioning, I would say, but also unlucky quite a bit, if you ask me. So that could also be the reason why the side of MIRAMAR actually ended up in 3rd position. RIQ, you got to be happy for them though. The consistency finally paid off for them, getting that chicken dinner at the end with those 2 players surviving. Good Molotov, as you said, good incendiary there coming in, burning the last surviving player from the side of Sem9. But Sem9 also will be happy. They got those extra 2-3 points with that player just surviving till the end. So that is a good thing at the end, and I do believe they also have a decent amount of eliminations. So overall, it's a good game for the side of, I would say, MIRAMAR, RIQ, and Sem9, of course. Looks like Holler is not hollering at us anymore at the moment,
I am gonna
unfortunately.
holler at you now.
Ah,
I'm gonna
well,
holler
there
at you.
it is. I kind of miss you
I was
for
adjusting my
like two
mic and it
seconds.
just muted. It just muted itself once again. Oh boy, silly me for doing this again. But hey, this time around, once again, we have the chicken dinner team stats once again in front of us. 672 damage to be seen coming in from one of the teammates from RQ. Huge. 4 eliminations in total as well. 220 damage being dealt by another. 2 eliminations. Not a lot of eliminations damage to be seen, honestly. I mean, hey, that's what? 200, 200, 400, 600, something like 1200 or so damage, or maybe a little more. But not a lot of eliminations, but they really just hit it when it really meant. And, I mean, yeah, not really battling it out with Tribe Eromesi at the end. I just, just taking down that one last member for Sem9. Yeah, it's just really nice. It just kind of shows that they weren't really going for the eliminations this time around, just going out for the position points and getting those ranking times.
I mean, we've already talked about this, right? I mean, RRQ, they were on 0 points, 0 eliminations for quite a bit. They were surviving with 4 players, and that's exactly when we knew that the team is gonna be just going in, playing it safe for a bit, and then at the end, as soon as they get 5 to 6 position points, the top two, top three, top four, even that is when they're gonna stop, going for those kills, and that's exactly what happened. 6 frags now coming in, along with that chicken dinner. That's 16 points for them. They're gonna be really happy about it for sure. And talking about the MVP, it is not gonna be one of the players on the side of RRQ. It is gonna be Hora Sky. 5 eliminations, 830 damage, 6 knocks, 456 heal, 4 assists, and a survival time of 24 minutes and 31 seconds. This player has, immensely, let's say, impressed us, and improved as well, if you ask me. But he has, impressed us over the last few games where Hora actually showed up. I don't believe they actually showed up in the playoffs, but right now they are showing up, and they're showing up big time.
Yeah, definitely are showing up big time this time around. Really good numbers to be seen from Hora, and yeah, just really kind of just makes you happy to see this kind of performance coming out from a team that hasn't really been able to show up all that much. Looking at the top 5 players, it's gonna be, of course, number 1, Sky, that the match MVP of this map, and it was 830 damage, 5 eliminations coming in from this guy. Sem9, Firen, 600 damage, 5 eliminations to be seen. Another Hora player, No Fear, 911, who we also saw, doing a lot of damage here and there, and also getting the eliminations for himself. 369 damage, 5 eliminations. Oh, look at that. 4 eliminations, but the damage is over 1,000. That's going to be a player from Tribe Aramis. He's going to be rigged. We also saw him pulling, just really crucial kills by the end. Unlucky he wasn't really able to make it to the end, but hey, really good performance to be seen from this guy. RQ, another player from this team, 672 damage, 4 eliminations. This is the team that, of course, took the chicken dinner and really just made it to the end this time around. So yeah, a good number of damage and good number of stats. Like once again, you see AST 2.2k damage, Hora 2.2k damage, 14 eliminations. These guys weren't showing up at all, and again they're back with it. And RQ 6 eliminations but 1.3k damage. Wayne finally
Showing up,
bringing their
exactly.
name. Yeah, they're finally bringing their name back into the game. 1.2k damage and 8 eliminations. You just love to see it. You just love to see them be back.
Finally, I mean, it's about time that they actually showed up in, in anything. As a matter of fact, even the kill feed, I was happy to see that Wine actually were getting those kills there. 69 total eliminations, 6 grenade eliminations. Now that's the number we're looking for. 8 drops looted, 2. We have 3 vehicle eliminations coming in. I believe we did witness 1 there. On our screens, healing done 8,139. I mean, after that 14,000 last match, all of these are just rookie numbers, if you ask me. Nain on the side of Todak is going to be the one getting with that, getting that longest elimination to 90. But it's all about overall standings. Before we go there, of course, it's time for the map ranking, if you may, just ask me. It is going to be RRQ coming out on top. Maybe not. It is going to be Hora. Yep, that is what I was waiting for, to see if RRQ is going to be surpassed, and it is going to be Hora with 14 eliminations, 18 total points. RRQ with 16, along with Triber Messi, thanks to those 11 beautiful eliminations.
Yeah, definitely is the case. And well, looking at like all the teams, how many points that they've been able to get. 18, 16, 16, pretty nice actually. Sem9, 12, Voin getting away with 9. the Savior, yeah, I don't really know. They're not really able to get a lot of points in once again, but just walking away with just four. Then there's Talent, then there's Vampire Esports, Alter Ego, 3, 3, and 2 points. Just occasion of a points to all of these teams, and well, uh, I'm just really excited about Hora, RQ, and 7-9. I mean, Tribe Aero Messi, they've been doing really well previously as well, but just exactly, look at you. Here are the overall rankings in front of us, right? 59 and 59 for RQ. Both are tied at the same amount of points. And yeah, just doing really, really well overall. Third position is going to be Tribe Messi, 53, 10 points above Todak right now. So yeah, these three teams are just kind of in a league of their own right now, at least for this match. And then there's Talon, Alter Ego. These guys are like, these three are kind of close to each other. Team Flash is also fairly close. A few eliminations here and there. It's going to be working out. And Hora Esports 34, Team Secret 29. It's working out nicely for these guys. I mean, not that far away. Only like a 10-point difference between the 4th and the 9th spot. So we are gonna see how it ends up.
Yeah, I mean, RQ finally now making their way back to the top as well. Now it could be anyone's game. Moving on to the second page of the overall standings here. Arena now sitting on 29 points. Vampire Esports 25, 24 for MGN Vikings, 52 Esports, 22 Xavier. Now, I wouldn't say that's a great number, but it's not a terrible one either. 20 points, FaZe Clan on 14, Wine 13. Now, finally, some sign of life there. Exo Spear Esports 13, AZ Slumber with 12. The AZ Slumber and Exo, along with FaZe and Wine, I think it's high time now for them. Hopefully, they can end the day on a good note. Let's see how things move forward in the final map of the day, which is Miramar once again. Do you expect the same repeated winner, or do you think it's time for one of the bottom teams to come out on top?
I mean, hey, you can't really once again how dynamic these rankings have been. You just can't really expect on what to happen, right? So once again, I'm really not gonna be placing my bets on anything happening at this point because we have 2 more days to go. We have a lot of stuff to happen yet, and we just can't really say anything about which direction these rankings are going to be taking. Sure. The teams that we weren't really expecting to show up are QSM9 and Hora even. These guys are like kind of dominating the competition right now, and it's nice to see our Tribe or Messi, they're up there as well. They're pretty much in their league of their own right now. They're basically doing what the Xavier, Team Spirit, and Vampire Esports were doing in the playoffs. They are being those 3 teams right now, and they're basically copying them and just showing us the same amount of dominance in the same fashion. But once again, we also saw that playoffs ended up in a very different looking rankings. Overall rankings, they just ended up looking pretty different for all of these teams. So yeah, maybe the top 3 will continue to the way they've been playing. At least they've been really consistent about it. So they might be able to maintain their positions, but the rest of the teams might catch up, and that might end up happening very soon. I mean, sure, Xavier not having a very great run. Other teams like FaZe and the big names, Vampire Esports, all of that, Team Secret. Team Secret did have a few. They did have a chicken dinner today, so they're not that bad, worse off. But yeah, the teams that haven't been able to do that well, I still do kind of I'm still kind of putting my belief in them, my faith in them, that they should be able to get back up from this slumber.
I mean, having faith is all that we can do right now, especially for the teams, the very bottom of the scoreboard, right? I mean, once again, nothing really to be worried about, or nothing to panic as of now. But moving on with every map that is done for now, right? 5 maps already done. Let's say map 6 is also done. We're done with day 1, day 2. Moving on forward, that is when the pressure starts building up for the teams at the bottom. Because not only do you have to worry about your own points, you also have to consider the fact that the top teams are still accumulating them, along the way as well. So that is something every one of these teams have to be, careful about. And I think a little bit of thinking has to be done here in terms of strategy. But I mean, it's not over until it's over. That's all I'm gonna say. We still have 1 more map left to play here, and on day number 1 of the grand finals. And as we've already, we have seen Miramar once. It is not gonna be one of those really aggressive ones, but we usually see those initial drop fights those drop clashes at the start, and then we see those as you like to call it, the chill phases of the map, and then at the end, somewhere around 20 minutes, 21-minute mark, that is when we get to see the ending. Those end fights around 26, 27 minutes, I believe last time was the end timer, 27:41, something like that. uh, so I kind of want to see the sniper action coming into play, because you have a lot of time, right? 27 minutes is a lot of time. So why don't we see some sniper action coming into play? I have absolutely missed it. I did not get to see it in playoffs. I'm kind of disappointed, I would say. I mean, not exactly in the players, but just in the overall play style of Miramar. We expect the sniper rifles to come into action, and I'm not talking about Mini 14. Yes, it's. I mean, some would argue it's a sniper rifle, but I'm talking about the actual sniper rifles and not the MRs.
I mean, it's kind of just dependent. I mean, the way I look at it, while you were talking about it, I was just thinking about how, the game mechanics actually do affect, and how it actually affects the decision making of players not actually opting for the sniper rifle. I mean, hey, if the players are able to, just put on a 6x scope on their M4s, and, just have a really nice M4 setup, which allows them to spray down enemies from 300, 400, maybe even 500 meters away, and as long as maybe you get a DMR, maybe in a Mini 14 SLR or something, if you can deal damage from that far away without needing a sniper rifle, why would you, right? It's obviously the superior gun. You are dealing so much damage. You're basically firing down guns. I mean, sure, landing one shot with a sniper and dealing a whole lot of more damage rather than just, having to spray down an enemy is probably like a little easier. But the way that these guys play, I think spraying is only your better option, because there are not a lot of windows of opportunity that you actually get where you can maybe just actually like land a sniper shot. So maybe that's kind of the meta right now in PUBG. Maybe like some kind of changes in the future. I don't really know if there can be any changes in this game, honestly. The meta is really rock solid, unless they nerf and buff guns, which is unlikely to happen. That kind of change might come into play, but for now, I think it's like a very conscious choice that these players are actually not going for the sniper rifles, and rather just putting on big scopes on their rifles and just going on with it.
Interesting flight path as well now coming in. La Cabrera towards a little northern of that Impala area. So it is going to be, interesting to see where the team goes. I kind of once again want to see if any team actually are going to be willing to go to that secluded southern island that is a prison area, of course. But I think it's a little too far away from the flight path right now, and the circle could also. I mean, with this flight path, usually you see the circle going towards that Campo Militar, Torre Muda, somewhere around that, or could possibly just be one of those basic Los Leones circle. And come on, that is boring. Let's not do that here. Now, the gods of PUBG, please just give us maybe like a southern circle here, like a little towards Valle del Mar, maybe Ladrilli. I'll take that as well. Chumacera. Now all we do is wait, and hopefully no drop clashes as of now. Ruins once again is the place to go for the side of Tribero. See, they've done that previously as well, and that's exactly where they want to go this time around again.
Only seems to be like the case, but well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now on the final map of Miramar, and players have already dropped and chosen their areas of preference, and we have FaZe Clan up close to Vikings. One of Vikings players already damaged quite a lot, and FaZe Clan back at it, throwing the nades, cooking them up, and just tossing them around, trying to deal some damage here and there. And these players are actually really close to each other. Let's see how this pans out eventually. Chopper. Oh boy, he's gonna be flanked by a Viking outside the house, and well, FaZe looking not good at all. Viking actually getting the better of them. 2 knocks to be seen, but FaZe Clan finally retaliating a little. He's gonna be sprayed down by 3 Vikings member at the same time. Chopper just instantly disconnected. I saw that disconnect sign. He was like, oh, I'm done. What is this? We were the ones supposed to get them, and they did it back to us. Well, props to Viking for managing this. I mean, hey, they did lose a member of their team, but ended up walking away with 4 eliminations, so that's good.
Pretty quick, pretty early into the game, and pretty goddamn confident. Now that is what you
Yep.
want to see, and this is another team that I'm hoping to see. If they come out on top here. They're back with 4 players yet again. I believe last time there was no Lamborghini on the map of Erangel, and they still performed decent. They did have decent number of points going on into that previous matchup, but this time again, they're back with 4. Let's see if things are going to be different here for the side of the Xavier, because once again, they are the team that has been dominant since day one of the playoffs. Day number 1, day number 2 as well. They've been really, really consistent and good. But right now, grand finals day number 1, I don't know. Maybe they ran out of playstyle, their strategies in the playbook, or every team has already read into this and they see through the side of the Xavier. The same goes for AZ Slumber. They are the ones who got a double, chicken dinner on day number 1, and after that, they're just nowhere to be seen. And by nowhere to be seen, I mean on 18th position on the overall standings. That is, I don't want to know. I mean, I don't want to say humiliating, but kind of is.
Yeah. It definitely kind of is, but hey, I'm sure they're trying their best, and it's probably just something they cannot manage at the moment. I mean, hey, it's not as bad as, how D Xavier were put. I mean, D Xavier had crossed like the 70-point mark before like the 5th game, I believe, because they were just, oh boy. Right now they're only at 20, so yeah. That's how it's gonna be for a little while, at least. The arena. These guys have been fairly well as well. I mean, hey, right now they only have 29 points. Sure, maybe not as much as they'd want it to be. Oh, hold on to that pod. He's actually nearby Viking right now. Definitely spots the enemy. Oh, the shotgun is out. It's gonna be damaging. Trying a lot more.
Gotta be cautious, gotta be careful. The arena, you don't want to be risking being eliminated pretty early into the game with 10th position on the board. The same thing could be said for Viking. They're right below E Arena in terms of the overall ranking right now with 24 points, but they will go up to 28 now thanks to those 4 eliminations. But they're losing players now with man disadvantage. Vikings, they could be the ones getting taken down here, but the shotgun is really good. The S12K is going to be the one reigning supreme yet again. The S18 1980, sorry, 1897 is not the weapon that I usually go or favor as well, and they immediately snatch the opportunity to actually go for those confirmations. That grenade is good. We'll be confirming that. Superman, wait, is he low? He's bleeding as well. There's only one player now on the side of Viking standing, is it? I believe Superman is also like just low, but not gone completely. I think he's healing. Okay.
Yeah.
I think he was just proning there. Made me believe that he was actually taken down.
A little bit of death faking here and there, but MVKE, they have lost 2 members. EA down 2 as well. A lot of nades being thrown here and there. Out of nades now, resorting to mollies. Ooh, he has one on him. Oh, half HP, a lot of damage done.
The arena. Can they maybe make a miracle happen here? The player is getting support now. Rin finally, his teammate is back in the vicinity. He does have a vehicle in his hand as well, so maybe just take his teammate out, and I think that probably is going to be the play for Ren. He's like, yeah, just save me, maybe we'll just go away reposition, or we go for the fight, because right now this player has also gotten out of the vehicle. This is going to be a battle here between these 2 teams for sure. That one of these 2 teams is going to be going down.
Definitely seems like the case now. Ren somehow is on the rooftop. MVKE Vikings not on the rooftop. The arena. There you go. Nade's still being cooked. Oh, this nade could be deadly if thrown right. He has to be worried about the ones coming at him as well. On the other side, Hora once again going at Xavier Parajan once again being knocked, and we'll look at this. He's not stopping at all. He's going to be knocking down one more off of Xavier. The backups here, but Xavier, wow, only one guy left. That's really about it. And on the other side, as we were watching MBKE battle it out, they are also now taken down by EA. Lamborghini really far away, and look at Hora just hunting them down one by one. They're not letting them go. Look at that, look at that. They're like, oh, there's the he's not in World Cup. Get it. Maybe able to get a situation, but the way Hora been playing these games, they have so far been really successful. And that's exactly what we're seeing once again. Completely shotgun out and wiping out the last member of these. With that, Xavier is now once again out.
Another disappointing performance coming in from them, unfortunately. What started off really good for the side of Viking, unfortunately, did not, carry on forward. They are not going to be surviving any longer, as we've already seen that fight. And unfortunate for them, Arena will be the ones coming out on top there. Regardless, they are also not in a good spot because only 2 players surviving right now. And keep in mind, this is not RONDO, which means no recalls whatsoever. You're not going to be having those players coming back into your team at the moment, at least. But for now, Alter Ego, despite his initial, AD Slumbers in a bit of a mix. Badru will take down one immediately, confirms that finish as well. We'll be going back to safety right now. Alter Ego, they're playing it smart, 3 eliminations, and they have this beautiful ridge on towards that Los Leones, yes. And they're keeping this control all to themselves right now. But the only problem is, once you're at the top, you will have enemies coming in from everywhere.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case, and Badru, that's gonna be spotted. Oh, Brian, you're two in the open for your own good, buddy. Get into cover. Heal yourself up, and that's exactly what he's gonna be doing. There's another player behind those containers, and, well, Badru seems to be very, very aware about it.
Be able to land it is a question. I mean, I like the presence of mind in the game sense coming in from these players as well. And I think it's finally time they understand they have been knocked out another couple of players. It's time for us to make our move, close in on the opponents and take them down all together. Alter Egos. They're going in. This is going to be a battle. It's going to be a bloodbath between these 2 teams right now. And I think, yeah, AZ Slumber, they're in jeopardy right now. Flash is in the proximity because I see them somewhere there close by, but I don't think they want to go for this fight. They definitely don't want to be, caught in the crossfires between these 2 teams right now. And the shotgun once again coming in. Yes, 97. Will not be coming on. Will not be reigning supreme. It's still the S12K. That is the beautiful weapon there, and immediately, oh, Fade's coming in. Badru gets taken down as well. Will the revival come in immediately or not is a question as Alter Ego. They will lose Rosemary in the meanwhile. Badru's dropped as well. 52 Esports on the other part of the map are getting taken down as well. Now AZ Slumber, they're going for the revive or are they just playing right now? Amy surviving right now. Mix. Oh boy, Mona taking damage from another team here. RIQ joins the party. They're at the top of the charts, and they are willing to make sure to have that spot secured right now. And by top of the charts, I mean they're in the 2nd position, but they could make it to 1. And as I speak, they do make it to the top position. Number 1, that is.
Definitely seems like the case, and now RRQ having their eyes on AZ Slumber. No fights to be seen just yet, but AZ Slumber healing themselves up and, well, way too close to Alter Ego right now. That nade was really, really good, but, oh, there was a tiny bit of cover. Badru did not see that coming. Oh! Oh, this hole is perfect. He's going to be climbing through it as well. He's going for more. He's not stopping. There's another guy. That nade is going to be really, really good. And, well, Easy Slumber with that is now going to be eliminated by Alter Ego. 3 eliminations, and that's all they're going to be getting for now. I think there was another team that actually kind of third-partied these guys. I think it was Team Flash there. Saw the logo.
Probably. Down to 12 now. No Fear 911 for, side of Hora, I suppose, unfortunately is disconnected. So that is something that could be, a sort of a concern, if you may, for the side of Hora. For now, 12 teams, 38 players, 30-minute mark. Stage 2 circle now collapsing in 2 minutes. So that is another thing that you need to keep an eye on. This circle now, once again, being pretty basic. Still lost Leonas, there's Chumacera in it, there's Picado, Power Grid, Graveyard, La Bendita. That ridge is going to be important. Team Flash taking on the likes of RIQ right now. Will they be able to retaliate? Will they be able to push off the flank coming in as well? Because RIQ, they're spread up.
There you go. Team Flash have dealt a good amount of damage to RQ. Not enough to take a knockdown just yet, but they are moving forward. So Age are being thrown inside. Win already on the top floor. Really forward thinking coming in from this guy. He's going to be spotting now. This net could be really good, but he's expecting to be behind that compound. He's still not. He's though. I mean, hey, really dynamic and versatile positioning from RQ coming in as well. And Team Flash has been adapting to it as well really well. So yeah, these guys are really, toe to toe right now. But the only problem is that Team Flash, they only have 2 members alive, and RQ they have 4. So if they do take on a head-on fight, Team Flash definitely is in a disadvantage. Although maybe if they do decide to hold the building and just decide to stay inside, get the upper hand despite being only 1. Look at that deadly return fire. The moment he peeks out the window, he gets return fired, and now that's RQ's cue to rush inside because they know their revive is in progress, and they know that they won't have enough time to even revive or touch base. They cannot heal. The Maldi's really good. It's gonna be stalling them for a moment, but how can it give them enough time to heal up and get ready for the battle that is yet to come, because they have invited RQ to their own base by themselves.
This fight, the more it gets prolonged, the more it gets dragged on. I think it is just going to be turning out to be a disaster for the side of Team Flash rather than the side of RIQ. Just to say that there is a knock thanks to the grenade coming in from the side of Team Flash onto the player of RIQ, but they will have him back on his feet probably. But the S12K could be deadly, could turn out to be really, really intense. This fight especially, with the grenades now coming out on top as well. Bows and Ben are 2 surviving players. They don't have a lot of utilities to work with, and RIQ now possibly will be running. And as I said, the longer this thing... Oh, no way! No way he actually comes out on top, right? Bo's the only one standing right now, and he does! He takes down the entirety of the... Oh my god.
Oh my god. I mean, hey, that's... Oh, no.
Oh, nah. He did them nasty.
Let's talk about it in a moment, because right now, Hora and Talon are also battling it out. Look at that amount of fire. Look at that. Look at the mollos being thrown. And yeah, let's wait. Let's just wait for this to... Yeah, okay. Talon making, I guess, quick work out of Hora. Yeah, that's pretty much it for Hora. 4 eliminations and they're out. But now, back to what happened. Oh my god. They were up, Team Flash making quick work. I mean, hey, wasn't RQ the ones they were fighting with? They take down RQ as well as Team Secret and just somehow end up on the top? Yeah, no, absolutely insane.
Oh my god. That has to be heartbreaking, especially for RIQ. There's no way that 1v4 should have lost. Should have been. It It's mind-boggling still to think about. But yeah, as you said, we'll talk about that later on. But for now, let's focus on the remaining 9 teams. 28 players still in the server. 18-minute mark about to hit. Stage 3 circle now coming into play as well. Wine, another team that we've been waiting to see how they perform and how they climb up the charts. Right now in 17th position, they need a lot more points. They need a lot more forward, especially to end the day on a good note. They definitely need to have a decent game this time around. If not an insane one, then there you go. Vehicle elimination, another one. Frenzy just running down on the players of the Vampire here. Todak, they will make sure to get themselves fourth man squad regardless. Revival will be successful.
Definitely will be the case.
Do you think Exosphere and Wine, maybe even Vampire actually, but we only two players, it's kind of hard to tell. Do you think maybe Wine or Exosphere could be the ones coming out on top here? I mean, I do
Maybe.
understand they only have 3 and 2 players there.
They're surviving with okay numbers right now, so maybe. But honestly,
there's a chance.
the other teams are just being way too dominant right now, so might as well not. Because I mean, the moment they come into the battlefield, yeah, they're just getting wiped out. They're just getting
Possibly could be the case, but yes, 8 teams, 24 players right now. Kodak, Sem9, and Talon, the only teams with full man squad. Now that could be a huge, huge difference maker later on. I mean, by later on, I mean in the next 5 to 6 minutes. If they still have 4 players surviving, these 3 teams will have huge advantage over the others.
But well, 8 teams alive now. And things kind of seem to have calmed down.
Everyone's just taking their time right now. It's a little late in the game, but it's still, I think we just hit the chill phase of Miramar right now. 20 and a half minutes into the game. Stage 4 circle now coming into play as well. Sem9 with still 4 players. They kind of understand that they want to be on that top position. And well, they will anyway get that number 1 spot. If all they need to do is survive one more team fight. Like if they get eliminated in 7th position, it's good. 8th position, they will still have to tie with RRQ, unfortunately.
Definitely is the case. I'm just waiting for some action to resume. But none's really happening, so yeah. Just me and you, kind of bored here, looking at how the teams are, for now, positioning.
Sem9, drop 1. That is Boyne. And Todak now on the move. They spot a couple players on the side of Talon and they're like, yeah, we'll take this fight. Doesn't matter. It's a 4v4 regardless between these two teams. And Talon taking a lot of damage there in the meanwhile. Frenzy now has to reposition himself using those to take cover. 14 mid-range. I mean, some might argue it's long range, but I still like to consider this mid-range if I'm being really honest. But Frenzy, he's going to get taken down, I believe, there. But the plays on the other hand will take down one of the players on the side of Wine, and I don't think the revival will be coming in anytime soon. Todak, actually, Frenzy just survived barely. And Reg, he will take down Potato as well. There's only one more player standing on the side of Wine right now. And for how long is going to be the question. And if he does, actually, Sedman already are back on the top of the table. So there's a really good chance that Tribe, Eromasi could be the ones coming out on top. Thanks to, I mean, if they get the chicken dinner, of course. But they also need to make sure that Sem9 don't make it to the top 3, top 4 even.
Yeah, they probably are very well, each other's position on the ranking, and definitely do want to tactically use it to their advantage, but will they really be able to is the real question. Opening fire. Oh, relax, chill, calm down, buddy. You're not landing a single bullet like that. Or maybe he is. I mean, hey, he probably has used that Mini 14 more than I ever have, so probably knows it better. Oh, good nade. It's gonna be getting the knockout, and Frenzy's just watching everything from the back lines. With that being said, Exosphere is eliminated. Kodak taking down Exosphere and just dipping out of there. That's just gonna be leaving 6 teams alive in this stage 5 of the game, and well, Voin still only having one, trying to play for the survival points, maybe get an elimination, 1 or 2 eliminations by the end, but the rest are definitely looking forward to the chicken dinner, playing it out as perfectly as they can. Talon in the most disadvantageous position with only having 2 players alive, still have gotten 6 eliminations for themselves, which is not bad at all. But now, Sem9, the team that has been doing the best so far. What else can they pull up? What else can they show us? Is a real question. They definitely do have their eyes on Todak, and the circle is now moving, which means Todak and Sem9, both of them are going to be forced to move soon enough. Good nade.
They are going to be forced. The positioning is pretty decent from the side of Sem9 as well. They do have the man advantage still over most of the teams, and they also have a really good positional advantage, if you ask me. EA and Voin, they're in the picture, but Tribe Aeromessi are going to be the team that I'm looking out for, because they have a really good chance to actually surprise a lot of these teams. Let's see how it goes. Sem9 now finally regrouping there as well. In the meanwhile, they're trying to make sure that they are together if things go south. Voin in the meanwhile, they get eliminated as well in 6th position. I'm sorry. We still have 5 more teams. Sem9, Tribe Aeromessi, we have Talon, we have Todak, and we also have Arena. All of these teams still surviving. All of these teams still have a really good chance to make it on top. It's Todak versus Talon right now. Both of these teams going against each other, and Talon immediately gets taken out. All of a sudden, it's down to Todak, Sem9, EA, and Tribe Aeromessi.
Well, 4 teams remaining before you know it. And the circle is now moving. Stage 6 of the game has begun. The Arena finding one off of the Sem9 and is also finishing the kill. No chance for revivals. Finishing them off through and through. Sem9 now have gathered up, and EA. Oh, they're going to be left flanked by Todak here. Todak really close, really close for comfort. And Mana kind of sees EAs, kind of has his eyes on them. Not really fighting. Kodak is in a bit of a tough position, honestly. They're in a bit of a crossfire, but they should be able to make this. There you go. Playzone is going to be taking care of the damaged EA players, and EA has now been eliminated, and that just leaves Todak, Tribe Aeromessi, Sem9 tucked it behind the tree. That's really not a good position to be in, because, well, you're just going to be util bombed there, and that is going to be reducing Sem9 to ashes as well, leaving just AST and Todak alive now. Tribe Aeromessi, they do have a good split of possession. They can play this out really well, but the problem is Todak have the verticality advantage. They are on the higher ground. They are trying to neutralize the position by just trying to circle around AST, trying to gain more and more position. But the problem is they are being circled, and they are too split up for their own good. Tribe Aeromessi needs to do something about their position. What is Todak doing to them?
I can't take this anymore. I mean, not the 3rd time. Come on, Tribe Aeromessi. Maybe 3rd time to some. They've been 2nd, they've been 3rd. It's time to maybe be 1st for a change here. Kodak, they've already had a chicken dinner today. They did good for a 2nd one as well in the meanwhile. But Mana, he's going to get taken down. Nane, he gets taken off as well. But there is a trade. It's down to a 2v2 in the meanwhile. Delta gets off as well. It all comes down to the last surviving player. Trips now from the side of Tribe Aeromessi with a lot of pressure on his shoulders with the weight that he's carrying. Can he make his team? Can he get his team off the finish line there? Please trying And I mean, like trying to get the revival there, and he's hoping to maybe land this grenade. That could mean everything, but he's not going to go for the revival. He's going to go for the push, and it does not. Hey, it actually backfires, and he's going to get taken down. That is just unfortunate. Oh, but you got to give it to Torak. I mean, Torak have been really, really good this match as well. But try. Oh, my heart aches.
What an unlucky run. I mean, always so close, yet so far away. These guys are not. I think I really do understand. It's ending up always. I think this is the third time or something. Ow, boy. So close yet so far. I mean, but hey, you gotta give the credit. How close these guys are able to get.
But regardless, the consistency, you gotta admit, you gotta give credit where credit's due. The consistency is really good coming in from them, from the side of Triberomacy. After playoff day number 1, we really have not seen that much of them. But today, we get to see a lot more aggressiveness and a different playstyle as well altogether coming in. And Torak, once again, with the second chicken dinner of the day, they have a total of 11 finishes, I believe. Yeah, 11 kills there at the end. So 11 points with 10. That's 21 total points. Pretty damn good. And they're probably going to be happy about their positioning on the overall as well after this. Marab with 2, Renzi with 2, Cleon with 4, 9 with 3 total eliminations. Pretty, smart stuff. The way that they were moving on the maps, having 4 survive till the end as well. That was pretty important.
Definitely was very, very important. And once again, Todak getting away with the second chicken dinner of today. Amazingly done. But the MVP is actually not going to be going to a player from Todak. It's actually someone from Team Flash. 851 damage dealt, 6 eliminations to be seen from Team Flash Bose. A lot of damage. That's a good number of damage, almost nearing the 1,000-point mark, and 6 eliminations just all alone for his team. Yeah, amazing performance to be seen. And I mean, hey, this was the last match of today, and this guy has been doing a lot all by himself, all out today. Of course, he's going to be the number 1 spot. Number 2 is going to be followed up by Hora Sleepy. 830 damage, 4 kills, good numbers. TDK Cleon coming in, 541 damage, 4 eliminations to be seen. Then there's Talon Naxel, 417 damage, 4 eliminations to be seen. And then finally, once again, Rig is going to be showing up with a lot of damage, 530, 3 eliminations to be seen from this guy. Yeah, I mean, hey, these guys are the players that we've been seeing all around. We've been seeing performing really well all across the board. So yeah, it's just really nice. Team to watch are gonna be TDK, Team Flash, Triberomacy, and Alter Ego. 11, 7, 5, and 6 eliminations. All of them are above, well, either near, somewhere around 1,500 damage. I mean, Alter Ego is at 1,200, Triberomacy 13, but still a good number, good numbers to be seen here and there. I mean, TDK and Team Flash, especially 1.8k and 1.4k damage. That's a good number. Triberomacy, despite being so good, doing so good, completely offsetting our expectations of what they were going to be able to achieve today, still not really able to get a chicken dinner today, despite the fact that they have been on the teams to watch. Not really getting that nice, sweet chicken dinner. But now, yeah, there's the match summary. Now, what do you think about the numbers that we are seeing now, Edge?
I mean, 2 vehicle eliminations, 6,796. That's I would say disappointing compared to previous Miramar. But yes, 3 airdrops looted, 7 grenade eliminations, and a total elimination 66. Win with the longest elimination as well, 386. I'm not really sure what weapon he was using. It could be Mini 14 as well. With that range, that is probably the ideal weapon that you would expect anyone to have in hand. But yeah, I mean, no real sniper action. Once again, this is the match summary, but we all know what we're waiting for. The overall standings after day number 1 to see which team is going to be the ones ending the day 1 on a good note, and probably is going to be 7-9. But we'll see what are the other teams that have a really good chance making it to day 2 with good momentum. Now moving on to the match rankings, Todak sits comfortably on top with 21. Triberomacy for the 3rd time end up in top 3 but unable to close things off. 11 total points. Talon with 10. E-Arena with 9. 7-9 get 8. Flash get 8 as well. Vikings and Alter Egos with 6 points each. Hora, this was not a bad game, but a not good, but not a great one either. With 4 total points, one with three, AZ Slumber and Vampire as well with three. RIQ, that was kind of disappointing after what we witnessed in those previous matches. This was not a consistent play. 2 total points, Exospear with one. D Xavier once again disappointing us. I don't know, man. Maybe the D in D Xavier stands for disappointment right now. The other day it was definitely dashing, but for now it is just disappointment from them. FaZe with one, 52 Esports with one, and Team Seeker unfortunately were the victims. I believe of the side of Talon. Was it Talon at the start? Taking them down.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
What was that?
But yeah, with that,
Either
we
way.
are now we're gonna be Todak still did not take over Sem9. Sem9 still stands at the top, and there's still a difference of 3 points. Amazing. And okay, hey, no chicken dinner, fine. Look at where Tribero Messi is, just because of their eliminations of survival points. Come on, that's not bad. That's not bad.
That's impressive.
That's impressive because that you're comparing them to the team. They're tied on points with the team that was able to get two chicken dinners today, and they're right up there. So yeah, I think it's not bad at all. Because who cares if they weren't able to get a chicken dinner or two? They're still up there with a point, 64 points, tied with Todak right now. And then we have RQ following it up with 61. Talon, 53. Alter Ego, 48 points, 47 for Team Flash. Arena, 38, tied with Hora Esports right now. Well, pretty nice, pretty nice. Not bad at all. It's very, very nice to see Sem9 and RQ up there. Tribero Messi, I'm glad they're up there as well, and I'm sure you're happy about it too, because, well, and another team that we weren't expecting to even get into this upper half is Hora Esports. Entirely new picture today, as we expected. And, well, yeah, this is the second page, so, some teams you wouldn't really want to see here. AZ Slumber, Wayne, D Xavier. 52 Esports even, Vampire, Team Secret. But here they are. The day for now has ended, of course, but hopefully we are going to be seeing a different kind of picture from them today.
Hopefully, indeed. Tomorrow could be a better day for them. But for the teams at the bottom, this is kind of scary and concerning, of course. Exospear, 14, 15 for FaZe and AZ Slumber, 16 for Wine, 24 for Xavier, 52 Esports on 23, Vampire Esports on 28, Team Secret on 29, Vikings on 30. Well, they've seen better days. This is not one of those days, of course. But this is it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final rankings of day number one. Don't worry, we still have 2 more days of grand final action waiting for you guys. And the overall MVP of the days of the day, I'm sorry, it is gonna be a Bose from the side of Team Flash with 12 eliminations, and he's one of the reasons why the team performed the way it did. He was always there, with the aggressiveness coming in. Talon, Yoru, Johan. He has been phenomenal as well. Alter Ego, Scripton, and Tribero Messi's tricks, and also Badru from Alter Ego. So 2 players from Alter Ego telling you that Alter Ego had a better performance today out of all these teams, if you ask me. I mean, I would not say overall, but at least in terms of individual, excellency, both of these players stepped up huge. 24 eliminations between these two players and over 5,000 damage. That is insane.
Definitely is the case. Is very, very insane. I mean, just one player alone managing to get above the 2.5k mark. Absolutely insane. But yeah, overall, just really nice performances to be seen from these guys. I mean, hey, these names are just kind of expected to be here. I'd say. I mean, Bose is there. I mean, Yoru Johan is there, and you have Krypton. You have what's that? Trix. You have Bodvru. These guys were like we saw these guys deliver phenomenal sprays across the map. We saw these guys deal so much damage with their grenades, with their spray downs, getting those eliminations, getting those knockouts, and yeah, just amazing performance overall. That's why you kind of see why these numbers are even consistent, right? Because like 11, 11, 12, 14, 13 knockouts. It's kind of overall when it like comes to the end of the day, and you just sum it all up. It's kind of like a consistent number throughout these players. It's kind of these guys have been maintaining a similar performance across the board. So it's really nice to see overall, I'd say.
Definitely. It is. It has been a fun day, and it has been some amazing, showcase of skills from every single player. As a matter of fact, everyone stepped up huge. Everyone played really, really well, and I think it just, I think at this point we're all expecting day number two to be a much more, interesting one, a much more explosive. If I may, because we did witness, a lot of teams going for those drop classes. Doesn't matter what map it is, today we've seen, I think, out of the 3 days of the stream, I believe today we've seen the highest number of drop clashes, overall.
We might have. We might just have because we saw a lot of fights come through just because just right after teams were dropping out and just looting, and they didn't really have time to gather themselves around, and they just went at it right after dropping, just gathering their guns, picking up their stuff, and yeah, let's fight, let's get at it. And especially the first rondo that we had, that was just absolute nuts. That was, the teams were just booking it. It was like, let's fight, I mean, just it was kind of like a warm-up game that these teams were having. It was like, yeah, let's fight, let's get our muscles relaxed and stuff, and then we're gonna see about the rest of the 5 games. So yeah, good to see games with all kind of pacings. Even after Rondo, we see a lot of drop fights, and honestly, it was an amazing day. Different kind of games to be seen. We saw some teams being really passive. We saw some teams really aggressive. So yeah, good stuff to be seen overall, and we still have 2 more days to go. That means, what, 12 more maps to be played? A lot of differences to be seen in the future, and we're going to see what these players and what these teams can come up with.
Definitely, a lot more action. It's going to be waiting for us on the other side. Of course, 2 more days, as you said. But once again, I kind of still feel bad for the side of tribe. Eromasi, hashtag AST. They have, tried their best after day number 1 of playoffs. They progressively kind of degraded, but then finally on the grand finals, they kind of stepped up. They were like, yeah, we might be getting it. And then, unfortunately, Alter Ego with an amazing play stole it. 7-9 got it the other time. And now, once again, another team just comes up and swoops it away, unfortunately. So it's just that, it feels like it's written in their stars that they're not supposed to win any chicken dinners today, but they're still in the top 3, which is very impressive, right? I mean, with the number of eliminations that they have, they don't really have to worry about those position placement, but they're also making sure, I believe they got 18 or 17 position placement with those, last 3 games, finishing in the top 3 back to back.
Yeah, definitely is the case. And well, so far, I just really, these teams have done really, really well, I believe. And yeah, they just, we are gonna, I mean, once again, the only mentioning factor that I do bring in that my mind's only throws at me is really the fact that how Xavier and the rest of the teams haven't really been able to do well today, and I am kind of expecting more stuff to be seen from them in the next in the next 12 maps that are yet to be played. And well, we are gonna see how they change things up, and probably are. I mean, hey, we have already seen what they're really capable of in the playoffs. We know what these guys are capable of. They were being demonic. It might even that might be an understatement, honestly. But they were doing really, really well, and I'm just hoping for bigger and better things from them in the future. And so yeah, we're gonna see how it all goes.
Yeah, I believe that's it for for day number 1 from us. It has been fun. We started off a little late today, but I mean, with the way matches have gone, I mean, we would not want it to end any time at all. But we're done with 6 maps. We are left with 12, as Horace said, with day number 2, day number 3 upcoming. This is it from day number 1. This is me, Ez, signing off along with Horror. This is PUBG Mobile Asia Pro Wars Chapter 1, day number 1. We'll be back with day number 2 and 3. Until then, good night, take care, and stay safe.
Invincible.
Here we go.
Invincible. go.
Invincible.
Invincible. Invincible. Invincible. Invincible. Invincible. Invincible. invincible. invincible. go.
Invincible.